Good morning, Miami. We got a great house here today. Let's fucking go. So, I mean, I know a lot of you think I'm a natural at this, but I've never actually been on stage by myself, in person, in front of a great crowd, until yesterday. So this is my second attempt. I took some notes because I missed a bunch of things yesterday. First off, I want to thank the production crew. They did a fantastic job yesterday. They're filming with very high quality cameras. They're uploading everything after the fact. And we have a great crew backstage that nobody sees that makes this all happen, so huge shout out to them. You might notice I'm wearing sunglasses. It's because these lights are very bright. Can I get a show of hands who was here last year? Okay, awesome, a lot of new faces. As you can see, we did it a lot bigger this year. We got a nice dedicated space, larger than most conferences, dedicated to open source, contributors and projects. Extremely excited for it. We've been, it's been 6 months in the making, and I'm glad you're all here. Part of that program was we gave away 120 free tickets to open source contributors of 32 Bitcoin projects. A lot of them are here today. It's great to see those faces. We do appreciate you. You guys are what makes this movement possible and what makes Bitcoin robust. We have, so let's go through what's going on here. We have, first of all, we have workshop tables in the back. If you are over there, try and keep your voices to a minimum while the talks are going on. The talks will end at 3, with the live rabbit hole recap is going to end the day. And then at 3, everyone can use the workshop tables to their full effect. We can network, we can talk about open source, you can see all the great projects that are being displayed out there. We have teams from around the world who are participating in that. We structured the panels to be longer. They're 40 minutes each, so we can have proper discussion rather than just intros and outros and then get off the stage, which I'm pretty excited about. We had fantastic panels yesterday, so if you weren't here for it, make sure you go check out the video after the fact. They were really, really great. Today, we are going to have an absolutely awesome lineup. We're going to have a Bitcoin core panel that I'm really excited about. Bitcoin development panel, decentralized exchanges, DLCs, nodes. It should be a very, very great day, and I'm really excited to share it with all of you. What else do we have here on my notes? So, open source. I hope that most of you, you're here today, know what open source is. The power of open source is that the code can be verified, and so you don't have to trust any corporation with what is running it, and that you can build off that code, you can improve it, you can distribute it, and that code is viral in nature. It lives forever. It'll live way past all of us, just like Bitcoin will. And that is extremely powerful, and that is why it is imperative for all of us to support these projects, support these contributors, use the tools, build the tools, test the tools. You don't have to be a developer to contribute to the open source ecosystem. They love getting feedback through testing. They love design help. Design help is huge. And of course, donations. So most of our open source contributors have chosen not to work at very lucrative paying jobs and instead have dedicated their time to working on these open source projects that are often, their compensation isn't great. So if you want to support them, it is really great to send them some sats. I have 2 projects that I've been working on to make that easier. You have bitcoindevlist.com, where you can donate sats directly to open source contributors who choose to get listed on the site. That's powered by BTC Pay Server, so no middleman, goes straight to them. It's basically a directory. And then we also started OpenSats, which is a 501c3 tax-deductible foundation. you can donate to that with credit card or through Bitcoin. Very excited that after a year and a half, we publicly launched 2 days ago. So if you go to opensats.org, you can donate today. Let's fucking go. OpenSats, part of the reason it took us so long is we take zero cut. So most 501c3s will take 5% or 10% or 2%. We take 0%. We have a great board. So the way the OpenStats works is, you donate to this general fund, and our board basically, there's two things. There's a general fund where we choose which projects go, where the donations go for you. And then there's also the ability to donate directly to projects that have applied and on the website. I don't think we have that part built out yet, but you can donate directly to the projects. If you donate with credit card, by the way, we automatically convert that into Bitcoin and hold Bitcoin only. And the credit card fees, that doesn't even come out of your donation because we got Ledger to sponsor the credit card fees, so just no credit card fees either. So it's just 100% to devs, and you can get a tax-deductible donation on it. Yeah, and just a huge thanks to, there was a massive team that worked with me to make this happen at Bitcoin Magazine. I really could not have done it without them. I couldn't have done it without a lot of people in this room today. It just inspires me, gives me a lot of hope for the future. You all are my people, and I'm proud to be here today. I'm excited to be here today. And, we're going to win together. We're going to fucking do it. So let's fucking go. Have a great time. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, this is
Good to see you.
Oh.
Good to see you.
I didn't realize the Jackson 5 was the official music of core development, but okay with that, I guess. Thanks for getting up early and coming out. We're going to be talking about the core development process. My name is James O'Byrne, and we've got what is probably the biggest panel of the open source stage, at least so far. Maybe that bodes well for increased developer participation. We'll see. But yeah, I'm really excited about the panelists that we have here. So maybe we can get going. We've got a lot to cover. Yeah, let's start off with some intros. So Andrew.
So I'm Andrew Chow. I work on the Bitcoin Core wallet. I'm the wallet maintainer, and I'm at Blockstream.
Hey, I'm Jeremy Rubin. I'm a Bitcoin contributor. I work on Sapio, smart contract framework for Bitcoin.
I am Gloria Zhao, or Glo Zhao. I work mostly on mempool and P2P at Brink.
I'm Luke Nester. I mainly try to focus on making full nodes easier for people to use. I'll place in practice.
Hey, I'm Carl Dong. I work for Chaincode Labs, and I used to work on reproducible builds, but now modularizing the consensus engine.
Very cool. So let's start off by talking about some repository mechanics. So as you all know, right now, Bitcoin Core is hosted on github.com. It's a Git repository, and there are a number of contributors, obviously, who work on Bitcoin Core in this venue. But there's a kind of special class of contributor, or maybe not so special, as we'll find out, called maintainers. And Andrew is actually one of these maintainers, and we hear a lot about them. There's kind of a mystique surrounding them. So Andrew, maybe you can talk a little bit about who the maintainers are, what they do, and their roles.
So the maintainers are the people who have the ability to merge code into the Bitcoin Core code base. And it's actually largely a janitorial role. Maintainers look for other contributors to review code and agree with the changes before they merge them. They're not like unilaterally adding things. It's mostly just like, seeing that things that got reviewed make it in. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Jeremy, what has your interaction been like with maintainers? How do you?
I think that what's difficult with maintainers is there's a lot of good, but I think what's difficult is that what the community sometimes expects from the maintainers is different from like what contributors expect. Mm-hmm. And then you have to tell maintainers sometimes like, hey, the community is wanting you to do this. What do you think? And they're like, oh, I don't want to be doing that. That's not what a maintainer does. And you're like, you should probably there's some sort of miscommunication with what the expectations are. I think the expectations from maintainers are really clear though, and I think they've been really good at doing what it is they're supposed to be doing.
Can you give an example of when those expectations differ?
So in particular, I work on some consensus changes, and people want to know, when are the maintainers going to merge it? And I can communicate to maintainers, people would like to know, you should communicate that, formally that it's not something that you're doing. But I think it's hard to sometimes get these, people don't really want to communicate some of those things sometimes.
And I think there's a difference between how Bitcoin Core treats maintainers versus other projects. So in a lot of other projects, you have kind of the benevolent dictator for life, and they get to decide everything that's going on, what gets merged, and where the roadmap is going, whatever. But Bitcoin Core doesn't have that, and we don't really want to. So it does lead to sometimes maintainers are just doing the work of clicking the button versus deciding the direction of the project, which we really want to leave up to the contributors and community for where Bitcoin is going to go.
Yeah. So I think maybe when a lot of people hear Bitcoin Core, they're thinking about the rules of Bitcoin, how it functions, the consensus mechanism. Gloria, we know that there's a lot that happens in Bitcoin Core that isn't necessarily related to consensus, and a lot of the job of the repository is to manage details that aren't related to that. So how are the two different?
Yeah, I think when people think about protocol, they often think about consensus rules, so scripting rules, for example. And then the next most obvious thing would be the P2P protocol, what messages are sent and understood by all Bitcoin nodes. But there's so much, that's only a small fraction of what Bitcoin D is, which is also a small portion of, or a major, but not the full portion of what Bitcoin Core is. And people often say oh, Bitcoin development's so slow, but there's dozens of PRs merged every day. There's bugs fixed every day, and I just don't think it's true. I find it very hard to keep up with all the pull requests and issues that are open to the Bitcoin Core repo. So yeah, there's a lot more than consensus, and a lot of the biggest impacts that we can have at a protocol development level are not actually in consensus, right? Peter Willa is known for many consensus changes, but I would even say that his biggest contribution is ultraprune, AKA turning the state from let's look at what outputs are available in the blockchain and instead just keep a small UTXO set. And that, I think, did more for scalability than almost any, or more than any consensus change that we've had. Likewise, I guess I'm going to shill my own bags. Package relay is not a consensus change. It does require a lot of community, consensus, not consensus, but agreement. But it would also be a very impactful change. So hopefully my message is consensus is overrated, and there's a lot we can do without requiring a soft fork.
There's also a lot of things within Bitcoin Core that so since I work mostly in the wallet, these are gonna be some wallet examples. But we do things in the wallet, some new innovation, and then other wallet software will pick them up, see that they're good ideas and use them. And that's also not a consensus change. And in fact, it doesn't even really require agreements between different software. But there's a large component of Bitcoin Core where we make changes that are basically local, and then other people also pick them up because they seem like good ideas. And vice versa. We've taken some ideas from other people as well.
So Jeremy, I know you've spent a lot of time on OpsCTV, among many other things, but specifically OpsCTV in terms of consensus development. Can you just walk us through the process of how changes to consensus are proposed?
I would if I like knew what it was. I think that it's kind of funny because we have like this whole like, BIP process, and that's something that, Luke knows a lot about because he's the BIP editor. But there's really no fixed set of things that you have to do, say, or talk about. It's sort of this, maybe rough process where you just decide, kind of like you're who's the gopher who comes out and looks at his shadow and is like, is the winter going to keep on going? You just poke your head out and see if people shout at you and what they shout at you about. And then you're like, okay, like it's going to be in another 6 weeks. Or you're like, actually, maybe it's going to be another 6 years or something like that.
So does that make you Bill Murray?
I definitely sometimes identify with the notion of doing the same thing every day and the same thing happens. So I would say maybe, yeah, I'll take it.
That's funny. So, as Gloria was talking about earlier, Bitcoin D is composed of a lot of different components. It does a lot of different things. It's the one piece of software that people participating in Bitcoin have to run. So I think it might be useful to go through and enumerate the different parts of Bitcoin D. So just in quick succession here, let's start with Carl and kind of go down the list and have each of you talk briefly about one component of Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, so like, I can talk about the consensus engine, I guess, or what people would call validation. So you guys know how like Bitcoin has a blockchain, and so the blockchain has to be kept somewhere, and basically it's kept in what we call validation code, or what I like to call sort of the consensus engine. It keeps track of all of the blocks. It keeps track of all the UTXOs, which are basically the coins. And what it also does is it defines what it means to be Bitcoin. Basically, it's the arbiter of truth of whether a transaction or a block or something is valid, which makes it a critical part of Bitcoin. And all of the consensus engines across all of the nodes on the network basically have to agree for consensus to be formed, and if they disagree, then that's what we call a sort of an unintentional fork, and that's bad. So yeah, that's what the consensus engine or validation is.
Just picking a part at random, the mining module essentially decides which transactions the miner is going to put into a block they might potentially find. So when a miner finds a block, it has a certain list of transactions, which the miners could put any transactions they want, but the mining module figures out what the best transactions are that meet the miner's value.
Cool. I'll talk about P2P, I guess, which is where I think a lot of the ideological values of Bitcoin kind of come to life in code form, which makes it very interesting. So this idea of like, it should be permissionless, but not just that, it should be censorship resistant. Anyone should be able to join the P2P network and broadcast their transactions. But that also makes P2P's security model like extra hard mode, because we want anyone to be able to join and we don't want to be able to tell who's who, but also there are going to be bad guys. We have to expect that. And that allows for very interesting, very anxiety-driven development sometimes. It makes review kind of spicier. And yeah, we're always thinking about privacy and security and DOS attacks. So that's my pitch for P2P.
I guess I'll go into the mempool, which is the list of transactions that are to be confirmed into a block. It sort of serves as the glue between the last three modules you heard about of consensus, the thing that gets finalized, mining, how we pick the things to finalize from the mempool, and then also P2P, like how we get things into the mempool to give to those other two modules, and then use the mempool to also figure out what to put into the P2P network ourselves. And so the mempool is, at least I view it as sort of like this central plane for all of Bitcoin, where it sort of touches all the different parts, and it stores all the transactions that you might ever do in Bitcoin, and each node has their own mempool. There's no one global mempool, but there's also a philosophical mempool of all the transactions that somebody in the world somewhere knows about.
And Of course, I'll talk about my favorite thing, the wallet. Of course, everything else we've just talked about wouldn't matter if you didn't have a wallet to make transactions. So,
Store value.
well, you still need a wallet. So the Bitcoin Core wallet, it does things like manage your UTXOs, manage keys, figure out what addresses, what scripts to be watching for. And I find it to be actually very scary to be working on the wallet because it's like the one thing that users interact with a lot, and then if you do it wrong, you might actually end up losing people's money. And of course, you never want to lose someone's money, which is, so the wallet is a pretty big component, and there's a lot of work going into making sure that things are secure, that funds are still available, and that we don't do anything weird with it.
And there are many other components that are fairly crucial to running Bitcoin, like the RPC interface, the graphic user interface, that maybe are sort of non-essential, but niceties that help everything run. So let's turn now to the development process itself. Working on Bitcoin is, notoriously, I don't want to say difficult, but it definitely has unique attributes that make it time consumptive to work on. So, Carl, how have you found doing large projects on Bitcoin Core, and why do you think the review process is so intense?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is logic that I've heard from other people, and I think I agree with. Sort of on the surface, is sort of, if we just sort of walk away from Bitcoin, it still kind of works. Maybe default compilers would change and all of that, but it so kind of works, and which is why I think that Bitcoin has such a conservative model of reviewing PRs and getting them through. Not to say that I fully agree with that or agree with the lean or anything. So I think that's what it is. I think personally, when I'm trying to get across large changes, what has been really important is just getting the rationale up. Writing a big document about the rationales, the FAQs, sort of socialize the change, breaking up into little reviewable pieces, which has been sort of a culture that has developed over the years as review has become more and more stringent. One thing that I found to be really helpful is sort of dealing with and talking with people about potential flaws or potential downsides or potential alternative strategies sort of up front. I find that really helps get people across the line after they've had a lot of context. Yeah.
That's great. Gloria, a lot of your projects require coordination, deep thinking, trying to sort of emulate how mempool policy changes and peer-to-peer policy changes will kind of ripple out through the network. How do you feel that developing for that part of the system differs from other tasks in Bitcoin?
Right, yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate the amount of advocacy work that you have to do, even just to change something that doesn't require anyone to coordinate, right? I think it's kind of understated how bad it would be if we merged a change that had an assertion that is not supposed to be hit, but could potentially be hit if a peer sends us something in particular. Because then you have a crash bug where someone can attack the network and just shut down all of the nodes running that version with that bug in it. And sometimes we change something here and something breaks over there, right? It's pretty. I think we should be careful about changing things. So I guess I'm more on the conservative side of development. But yeah, with policy and P2P, with policy changes, I guess policy exists in this gray area, and we can both speak to this, where there are no.
What is policy?
Okay, sure. So policy is the set of validation rules that we apply to unconfirmed transactions. So not transactions in blocks, but ones that we receive on P2P or through the wallet, for example. And they're local to a node. Usually the user is able to configure them, and we do hope that people stick to the defaults because it's more safe. But if you're a miner, for example, and you have more resources, you can afford to make your mempool have a higher maximum dynamic memory limit, right? But yeah, that's why there's this kind of gray area. You cannot really expect people to adhere to a certain policy. And for example, in Lightning, they might take some liberties in using a few bits of the end sequence field to communicate the ordering of transactions in their channel, for example, right? Or I think we've tried to say oh, maybe we should make this non-standard, but actually Colored Coins is using this to flag certain transactions in a certain way. So this is kind of this no man's land where people can use it for their purposes. And that's why it requires so much coordination when we try to change policy, because if we accidentally make something non-standard and 99% of nodes on the network are Bitcoin Core, and then 99% of those nodes are running default policy, well, you cannot really expect your transactions to propagate if you're relying on something that the Bitcoin Core developers unilaterally decided to make non-standard, right? Which is why we don't unilaterally decide that. But I think it's good to have this usable space for people to develop applications, of course. And that's why it's so important to have a nice communication between, protocol or L1 and L2, because this is an interface that we rely on to make the ecosystem work. Obviously, we cannot scale to millions of transactions per block. So we rely on these applications, such as Lightning, to scale. But also, if the first layer is broken, or if transaction propagation doesn't work the way it's supposed to, then maybe Lightning is vulnerable to ping attacks, for example.
Yeah. So as time has gone on, I've seen for myself that it feels sometimes as though development in Bitcoin Core has become more arduous. And that sort of makes sense that the process would get a little bit more heavyweight as the value of the network grows, say. But I know there are a lot of early developers who feel that it's very difficult to work on the code now, and it continues to grow in difficulty. Jeremy, can you talk a little bit about whether there's good reason for that, and how we might be able to keep the development process safe, but also kind of nimble and approachable?
Yeah, I think that I have a pretty specific take on it. Currently, a lot of Bitcoin Core development happens more as an artisan process than an engineering process. And I would delineate the two. If you want to think about building a bridge, where an artisan process, you might be more concerned with the aesthetic detail of what is the color of the bridge, what's the molding on the bridge look like, are we using teak wood or something like that. And the engineering concerns would be asking questions of how many cars need to be going, what's the load, what's the peak load, how many lanes do we need, and those would be things that would be more concrete engineering constraints. And I think the reason why there's a difference in why Bitcoin ends up being a little bit more artisan and we could benefit by being more engineering driven is in an engineering driven process, you can define some sort of objective acceptance criteria for, is this bridge a satisfying bridge for our need? And if it is, you can proceed. I think Bitcoin as a community, we've been very resistant to having standard processes required because people view a standard bar for something as something that an adversary might be able to say, I've met the bar, and the bar that I met was for introducing a bug, and everybody can see it's a bug, but now there's a standard thing that was satisfied by it, and now we're screwed because we said we would accept anything that met that bar. I don't think we have to commit ourselves so strongly to that, but I do think that by having better standards, that means that you have things like a pre-flight checklist of like, one example of something I think is maybe a new idea would be like, any peer-to-peer or like policy change that we implement, we should back test against every previous block that we would be able to relay all the transactions that come in the next block into the mempool. And there are obviously non-standard blocks that get mined, but what that would give us would be to say, okay, if we're introducing a new thing, anytime we introduce any policy, we should always have a backtest that tells us if there are new transactions that previously would have been okay, right? And that's the sort of thing where if you're in an engineering process, you can define more of these criteria, and the more criteria that you have, it's actually, even though it's more arduous, because you're saying, well, you better do this, you better do that, it's actually easier because you know exactly what you have to demonstrate, and you can work towards a concrete goal. And I think as long as developers aren't trying to adversarially be like, I'm going to come up with a rule that's not going to trigger this test, and then I think you can actually get more confidence in the review process. And so I think that that's something where the solution to make it less arduous is to make it more strenuous, if that makes sense.
I don't think it's very safe to just have like a checklist. I know that's not exactly what you're saying, but like security is not if we meet all these checkboxes, it's secure. There's always like, I think it's more about developing this kind of like adversarial thinking when reviewing code, and that's not something you can really just teach.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you that you can't just purely rely on your checklist. I think that we just have kind of like empirical evidence that like things like checklists and actually like redundant checklists for like mission critical things in like aerospace do reduce critical failures, and they make sure that when you're doing something, you never let yourself rest on an assumption of like, oh, this is a small change, we don't need to audit it in this way. You always are saying, well, it might be a small change, but we still have to go through all of these steps, no matter how big or small we think it is. And so it doesn't let you skip any of the things in between. And in terms of code review, one thing that I've heard recently is that like apparently a large number of developers maybe like mostly review the tests when they're looking at a code change rather than like reviewing line by line every piece of the code. And that was like really surprising to me because I usually almost never look at the tests and I always go line by line through the code. And I think that that's something where at least understanding like, well, if you're acting, you actually should have gone through line by line of the code and at least read every single line before you act is something that like maybe is like a checklist type thing that would be an improvement.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah.
But I guess people don't do it, so I don't know.
So like a necessary but not sufficient checklist is.
Yeah, I think that's something where like, yeah, it's more annoying if anytime you want to approve a pull request and you're saying it's an act, that you have like, like 10 tick boxes that you have to do, and it's like, did you review every line of the code? And if you didn't, it's fine. But it's like it would just mean it would get more information of like, have we actually satisfied, the pre-flight checklist?
Yeah, because there's a big space between what we can do with static analysis. So for example, like for the CI system, that's basically a checklist, right? It's an automated checklist. Versus sort of there's a big spectrum between that and what you have to think about on like a design level when it comes to P2P and stuff, right? So you could have things in the middle which are not yet automatable, but is somewhat you can describe it, let's say, fully, and you can have a checklist. I would love to have that for Bash scripts and things that ShellTech can't catch and modular dependencies and stuff, which are not, enforceable.
Yeah, for example, when Jeremy was talking about the idea of backtesting transaction broadcast based on historical blocks, I think that's a great check, and you could probably write a functional test. Well, that's difficult because
it's going to take a few hours.
It's going to take a few hours, so
Right.
there's almost this zone between functional test and something that someone would do manually, where you might have a simulation framework or something to check some of those things. So I think that could be a really valuable project for somebody looking to get involved with Bitcoin, is to kind of focus on the testing regime between those two.
Sorry.
So talking about the development process and maybe some of the difficulties associated with it, one of the ways that this could be resolved, and Luke, I think the route that you've taken is that you have your own implementation of Bitcoin, a fork of Bitcoin called Bitcoin Knots, and obviously you can make the argument against that having an implementation that's unilaterally controlled by a single person is risky, that having multiple implementations in the first place comes with some non-obvious risks. But how would you make the case that that's actually sort of a good thing to be doing?
It basically gets all the, everything that would be a good idea to merge. I mean, probably safe is merged into Bitcoin nuts, whereas Bitcoin core releases take the more careful and extra careful review approach. And so the users have the options between, do they want to have something that takes this extra careful approach, or do they just want to have something that has all the latest and greatest and hopefully safe enough?
Right, so it could function, I guess, as a good test bed, maybe.
Right, it can be used in a lot of ways, potentially as testing and other.
Great.
Yeah, I would like to add on to that. The project that I've been working on is called libBitcoin kernel, and it's a project to extract sort of the consensus engine out of Bitcoin Core. And one of the rationales, or one of the problems that we're sort of trying to solve, is that people have different, and as Gloria has mentioned, like, people have different expectations for how they want their mempool or their validation or sorry, mempool and sort of the rest of the code, like wallet or GUI or RPC and all of that to act. And as Luke has said, perhaps they want to be more experimental, or have features that perhaps can't get into Bitcoin Core, right? So the options right now for experimenters like that are, you either go through, as I hope we've painted a picture of PR review being very stringent, let's say. You either go through with PR review and try to get it into Bitcoin Core, which is hard, but also is a burden on maintainers, right? This is not a piece of code that you write and then that's it. We have to maintain it throughout time. So you either do that, you either fork Bitcoin Core, which is what Luke does, and every release you have to rebase, and perhaps Bitcoin Core structures it in a way that now makes it really hard for this critical feature that you have. And I think Luke has run into that problem before. And then the third way is just to sort of re-implement Bitcoin Core, right? And if you re-implement Bitcoin, then you are sure to get, almost certain to get sort of consensus incompatibilities, which, as I described before, consensus incompatibilities is what leads to, unforeseen or unexpected bugs, which is, sort of what keeps all of us up at night, I would say. And so having this sort of extracting out sort of the part that defines consensus allows experimenters, and I think it speaks to the strength of our community that we have people who want to experiment, have people who want to implement features, have people who want to tweak parameters. It sort of allows people to experiment with that and not have to worry about the consensus compatibility part, not have to sort of try to cram it into Bitcoin Core and make it a burden on everybody else, not have to do the fork. So I on a personal note, I'm very, very happy that there are experimenters out there, and I think we should encourage them.
So I think your project, libBitcoin kernel, is one of the most exciting initiatives ongoing in Bitcoin Core now, because you could really see the inner workings of consensus packaged up very nicely in a format that allows people to build a lot of the policy components or optional components of Bitcoin kind of in the way that they like to, without risking some kind of major consensus fault. So with that under consideration, Carl, how do you see Bitcoin Core's scope kind of expanding or contracting over, say, the next 5 years? What do you think will ultimately be a part of the Bitcoin Core process?
And this is just me speaking personally, is I would hope that sort of there is the project is to basically delineate a clear boundary between what is consensus and what is not, right? And the big problem right now is that when we make a change, because everything is all tangled up into this like spaghetti monster mess, when we make a change, we don't know if it'll affect consensus. And sometimes, to Jeremy's point, we probably need a checklist for this. Sometimes we introduce like a block filter, and then it becomes part of consensus, and you're like, okay, what? So I think delineating that boundary means that it's a technical change, I think, to sort of a social problem, where now we can have more eyes on the consensus critical part, and the sort of outside realm can be swapped out, and we won't have to have like, we just have too many flags right now. We don't have to have like 100 flags just for all the use cases that people have, and that I think will make the review process easier because people now know what is consensus critical and what is not, right? And it'll make things a lot smoother in a social sense, I think.
So, Andrew, you work a lot on the wallet. You're the wallet maintainer. The wallet is one of those parts of Bitcoin that is not consensus critical, but is still very crucial to using Bitcoin. And it's something where the design space is very open. So you obviously have a number of different wallet implementations. How do you see the repo evolving over, say, the next 5 years? What components do you think will be in there? What won't be, maybe?
So I think eventually what we want to have is to have the wallet be a separate repository, and it uses the interface exposed by libbitcoin kernel or whatever the node part stuff remains. And we've actually observed this with the GUI, kind of, where all the work on the GUI is actually occurring in a different repository where it has its own issues, has its own pull requests, and that also makes it easier to keep track of what's going on, and makes it easier for people who care about the GUI to work on it. Same thing I expect to happen to the wallet and maybe some other components of Bitcoin Core as well. So as we break it up a little bit so that people can focus on the things that they care about without having things get lost in 100 PRs of something completely different. And yeah, so I expect that there will be a wallet repo in the future once we get libbitcoin kernel or multiprocess implemented.
Do you mind if I try something?
Absolutely, yeah.
How many people here run a Bitcoin node? Great. How many people here use the Bitcoin GUI? Okay. How many people here use the Bitcoin wallet? Bitcoin Core wallet? Okay, good number. How many people here run a transaction index? Okay. What's another good optional thing?
Block filter index?
Yeah, who runs a block filter index? Okay, a few people, right? So all these.
Does anyone configure their mempool differently from defaults?
One person. You all have to come talk to Gloria afterwards. We do not know anybody who does this, and it'd be really good to know what you're putting in, and we'll talk about like maybe why you really have introduced a vulnerability for yourself by doing so. So yeah.
I'd like to repurpose the remainder of this panel to just poll the audience about what features they actually.
Yeah, no, well, so to bring it back to what these guys are talking about, and I think about this too, is that we are shipping a lot of code onto your computers that you're not running, and we would like to give you the minimal possible thing that's going to do what you're actually using. Like probably most of you said you were running a node, which is like tremendous, but then all the other things were really a little bit more specialized, and what would be really good is if we could have this thing that's just a node that you can run, and then these other things you actually can get maybe a more competition among service providers for that functionality, which if we're all capitalists, who here's a capitalist? Okay, that's good, most of us. So if we're, we think maybe that will get us a better end result, eventually. So I think that that's sort of maybe the motivation for some of this.
Yeah, and I also think then you can ship more versions of the GUI and wallet and not have to rely on Bitcoin Core releases.
Who here likes dark
faster.
mode?
Yeah, maybe dark mode faster.
Luke, you looked like you wanted to jump in there and say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I disagree with Gloria and Jeremy in that I think it would be ideal if every user decided their own policies for themselves. We have defaults, but they really shouldn't be used as some kind of consensus rules. Relying on them to be identical across the network is insecure and really should be considered a security risk in general.
So I think that there's like, the difference of what we're saying would be like, imagine you have your wallet.dat file, and the setting that you choose is to make it readable by anybody on the network. And like that would be if you're selecting the folder for your wallet.dat as like a shared open public file, like that would be an insecure setting, right? And then for consensus, there are things that are similar where if you like picked a really bad parameter, like or even for policy, that our implementations just can't handle those parameters.
To a large extent, we avoid policy settings like that, though.
Well, that's why it's configurable, right? We have like startup options for you to change it, but like, yeah, you're right. Feel free to use your config options, but we try to make the default as safe as possible.
Like right now, though, it's kind of hard to change your own options. You have to, make the Bitcoin.com file and know how to format the lines and put all the right options there. At least, if you're using the GUI, there's almost no way to change any of like your relay options from within the GUI itself. So it's.
Bitcoin Knots does have several GUI options for that. Hopefully it'll eventually get into core. There's a few PRs left.
There's some work there that no one has reviewed.
None of them are using the GUI though.
True.
So with the remaining 3 minutes, I thought that maybe we could turn to ways that you guys think we might be able to grow the developer ecosystem in Bitcoin Core and just increase the health of the project. So I'll just open it up to the group if there's anything in particular you think we could do.
Yeah, I have a few ideas. If there's anyone in the audience that's interested in contributing to Bitcoin Core and maybe doing it full-time in the future, there's this great thing called PR Review Club. It's bitcoincore.reviews. We do a weekly meeting where we pick a Bitcoin Core PR, and there's a host. It's not always me. There's a host that will come up with a list of notes as well as questions. So you kind of get an opinionated tour through this area of the code base and hopefully walk through some questions that start to build up your mental model of what adversarial thinking looks like when you're reviewing a PR in Bitcoin Core. And hopefully as you've done, maybe if you do like 5 to 10 of these review clubs, you've gotten a good breadth of different areas of the code base. And you find one that you want to dig into very deep, and maybe you write a functional test that tests something that very specific that we don't have coverage for yet, or a unit test, or whatever it is. And then you look through the issues, and you find there are many features and bugs in that particular area of the code base that we don't have enough people to work on. Anyway, all I wanted to do was show PR Review Club, bitcoincore.reviews.
I guess I'll be annoying again and just say, who here, if there were not an obstacle to it, would like to be a Bitcoin Core developer? Okay. Come find us and tell us what the obstacle is that might be stopping you from doing that, and we'll try and find a pathway to making you do that thing.
And for what it's worth, I think there's a lot of funding out there at this point. There's probably more funding out there than you think, and it's just been so fantastic to see companies in Bitcoin step up and provide those resources. So if you're kind of on the margin, if you want to get involved, really do consider it, get into touch with any of us, and we can try and point you in the right directions. But it's a really great time to be a Bitcoin developer, so please consider it.
And I would just say you don't have to be smart, you just have to keep on trying.
Absolutely. Persistence is totally underrated.
We could always use more reviewers.
Always use more.
You don't necessarily need to be able to code, but if you can read code, reading code is very different from writing code. So more reviewers is great.
I think it's worth mentioning. People don't often acknowledge that the main bottleneck in Bitcoin Core is getting suitable review, because nobody wants to merge code that hasn't been scrutinized, hasn't been analyzed by a lot of people working on the project. So get involved, and there are a number of ways you can review. You can just download the code and run it and build it. You don't even necessarily have to try and understand the code if you're doing something to add to the process. So great, we're out of time. Well, we've got. Oh yeah, now we're going up on the timer. We're out of time.
Number go up.
Timer go up. I want to thank all of our wonderful panelists. I want to thank you guys for coming to this. I hope it was enjoyable.
Where?
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. So my name's D++, and the topic for today's panel is decentralized exchanges, or DEX for short. Now, I'm thrilled to be here on stage at Bitcoin Miami 2022. Specifically, I'm thrilled to be on the best stage, the open source stage.
Yeah.
This is the real Bitcoin stage. Just very quickly about me, I'm a Bitcoin educator. My aim is to bring simple education to the next billion folks. I have a background in computer engineering. I've worked as an entrepreneur and a coding professor before I devoted my life to Bitcoin maximalism and Bitcoin education. Now, before we dive into the questions on today's topic, I'd love it if our lovely panelists could quickly introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Chris Stewart. I'm the founder of a company called SharedBits, and I'm here for Spicy Takes.
Hey, I'm Josef Tetek, that's Josef on Twitter, and I'm an analyst and economist at Trezor.
Hey, I'm Wiz. I work on Mempool Space, BISC, Bitcoin TV, and a bunch of other projects. It's great to be here.
Hey there, Daniel Buckner. I work at TBD at Block on Decentralized Identity and Protocols.
Awesome. So speaking of Block and TBDEX, Daniel, this question is for you. I've gone through the white paper. I really think Satoshi was onto something with this whole 6-page white paper thing. Can we make that a standard, just generally? That'd be great. But that said, can you explain like I'm 5, distill it into something that, maybe explain like I'm 4. What is TBDEX? Can you walk me through it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a decentralized value exchange protocol, a generalized protocol, where you can really exchange any things of value between participants who can locate each other using a protocol based on distributed systems and decentralized identity. The first type of value exchange we're focused on is fiat on and off ramps and being able to get people to exchange Bitcoin for dollars or whatever the local currency is. The interesting thing about the exchange itself is that it gives the ability to transfer reputation and trust, so in a way that's standards-based. So we use decentralized identifiers, verifiable credentials. Doesn't mean that participants have to require reputation and trust if they don't want to. It's completely optional. But if they do require something, they can totally do so. So if it's a bank, they probably will require some sort of credential. If it's not, if it's like peers, they might not. They might just require peer reputation. An interesting thing about the protocol is that it's actually useful even beyond the stage of fiat. So imagine we're in a hyper-Bitcoinized world and you want to buy a car with Bitcoin. Well, it turns out that this value exchange protocol can cover that use case in the sense that you might be able to locate and find all the cars available out there, and then you want to know that the car that you're buying is backed by it's the pink slip, right, is valid, and the person has money in their account, right? So these are things that you can exchange as reputational proofs in the process. And the last thing I'll note is that the protocol is built on a generalized decentralized app platform. So this is kind of the first app we're building on top of it, and we'll have more news about that platform in the coming months.
Okay, let me say it back to you.
Yeah.
So TBDEX is a messaging protocol that I can use to discover people or financial institutions. So if I'm using it to discover other people, could it be used in a peer-to-peer sort of local Bitcoin type of way?
Absolutely, yeah. So the protocol, the use of decentralized identifiers in the protocol enables you to find any participants in whatever type of value exchange you want to do, whether it's currency or just any other type of good, and then be able to communicate with them privately, securely, and encrypted, exchange reputational proofs, and sort of come to agreement about selling and buying of any type of goods.
Okay, so I can discover other people. So let's say Alice and Bob, our friends Alice and Bob, meet by way of the TBDEX protocol. So they can transact Bitcoin, of course. what other types of things can Alice and Bob do now that they've found each other? It's so romantic. This question is for Chris. What else could they do now?
Yeah, and once they've found each other, they can build things like discrete log contracts. But what I have to say to the audience is that what I think Bitcoiners get right is they're really focused on censorship-resistant money. And I think we all in this room agree that that's kind of one of the core principles of Bitcoin. You can spend your Bitcoin how you want to. What I think Bitcoiners get wrong is they stop at censorship-resistant money and don't advocate for censorship-resistant financial markets. What my understanding of TBD is, and BISC, which Wiz works on, is that's what they're providing is censorship-resistant financial markets where people can trade different things. Bitcoiners sometimes get up in arms about what's being traded on these censorship-resistant financial markets because it's a token they don't like or it's economic activity that they aren't fans of. But if something's censorship-resistant, you can't pick and choose what you like and what you don't like. It's a platform either everybody can use for everything or nobody can use because it's going to get coerced and co-opted by a government or a large corporation.
Okay, so then on that topic of censorship resistance, I feel like we're all going to have something to say on this, and it's important to everyone here. But Wiz, how does censorship resistance play into BISC?
Yeah, that's a good question. BISC is basically a decentralized exchange platform, which means that it's a peer-to-peer network running over Tor, where everyone running the BISC node software on their computer connects to each other and exchanges the order books. And this allows users to make offers or take offers and connect to each other. And because there is no centralized servers anywhere, it just achieves censorship resistance by being decentralized in nature. There's no BISC office or BISC company to shut down. It's more of a trade protocol.
Okay, so can it be stopped? Can it be shut down?
I guess if Tor had some issues, which has happened in the past, sure. BISC is also governed by a DAO to manage the parameters of the network, like what the trading fees are and like this, and other limits or payment methods. These are all controlled by the DAO, which has a kind of like a unique governance structure. Basically, they have their own shitcoin token where they do the voting. And DAO stakeholders can vote to change certain parameters, but the DAO stakeholders are not known. And so because of their relative anonymity and the decentralized nature, it's not easily censorable.
Okay, do you think the shitcoin token is really necessary?
No, personally, I don't. I don't use it. I'm a Bitcoiner, and you don't need to use their shitcoin to use BISC. You can just pay the trade fees in good old sats, and it works great. It's only if you really want to participate in the governance of the network, which is mostly just the contributors anyway, at the end of the day.
So I'm curious for the audience, how many of you are customers of BISC? How many of you are passionate about peer-to-peer Bitcoin exchange generally? How many of you find local Bitcoiners in your area and exchange cash for Bitcoin? And how many of you earn Bitcoin and get paid in Bitcoin, which is one of the best ways of getting KYC-free Bitcoin? So speaking of KYC, Wiz, I'm sure you're going to have a hot take on this as well. There is illicit activity happening on Bitcoin, and the illicit activity is KYC, know your customer. Is KYC going to be necessary on decentralized exchanges?
No, if it's peer-to-peer exchange, then the only two people who need to know about each other are the two counterparties of the transaction. Because it's purely decentralized in nature and there is no regulator enforcing any rules, it's purely peer-to-peer. So it's kind of like Craigslist if you post an ad to sell your sofa and someone buys it. The only two people who know about the details of that transaction are the buyer and the seller. And that's exactly how it works on BISC. The only person you send your bank details, for example, would be to the other guy. And it's not in either of those parties' interest to snitch on each other. So it achieves a very nice level of privacy and also censorship resistance this way.
Yeah,
I just want
please.
to chime in here because I think it's like a really important point. What Wiz is bringing up here is like you can start with something that's censorship resistant and doesn't have AML KYC at the base layer, and you can always add it on top if that's a feature that is required. And I think that's an acceptable trade-off. But if you bake in like all these like regulations at the base layer, you can never have something that's no AML KYC on top of that. So getting these like levels of the stack engineered correctly are really important, and that's like kind of one of the core innovations of Bitcoin, in my opinion, is we have this censorship-resistant money, this strictly a computer protocol, and we can build, financial institutions on top of it. Many financial institutions have been super successful built on top of Bitcoin, but we can't go the opposite way. So when thinking about designing these things, it's super important to get the base level right without, these things baked in, and if you want to add them on top, go for it. And that's my 2 cents on that.
All right, why don't we back up? We've talked about TBDEX, but why don't we start with why? Why decentralized exchanges? Why does this matter, and why should we care? Josef, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so decentralized exchanges for me are important for 3 reasons. First is you are actually forced to self-custody your Bitcoin from the start because these exchanges never hold your keys for you. And unfortunately, the default setting for centralized exchanges is they are the custodians, and people tend to not withdraw their coins. So that's the first one, self-custody. The second one is you actually get to use Bitcoin as a protocol, because on centralized exchanges, you usually just buy some kind of weird financial derivative that's maybe settleable in like physical Bitcoin if you withdraw, but most people don't withdraw from these exchanges, so they don't actually get to use Bitcoin, whereas at BISC, you use multisig, you are confronted with like handling your private keys and with minor fees and stuff. And the third one is the privacy aspect. There is no KYC, only the counterparty knows some of your details, but there is no reason to snitch, as we said. And yeah, KYC is this whole, like we said, that's the illicit activity, that's the taint, because it stays with you. And once you KYC yourself, it's hard to get rid of because these exchanges employ like the chain analytic companies, and privacy in Bitcoin is hard. And if you like dox yourself at the start, it's very hard to correct that.
Yeah, that's a great topic, actually, of privacy in general. I'm curious for Wiz, what kind of privacy information would I be concerned about, say, leaking to my counterparty if I'm exchanging peer-to-peer on BISC?
Yeah, that's a good question. It really depends on the payment method. The most private might be meeting in person at the Starbucks and just handing cash to someone. There's also US postal money order. You can like physically mail a money order to someone for like $1,000, and the post office website allows you to verify that the money order serial number and the amount, everything was cashed or not cashed, so you can verify without going through the banking system, but also be able to send the money. Of course, if you use a payment method like a bank transfer, then you'll need to send your bank account details to the counterparty, but it's not really in the other guy's interest to, save those or dox you for any reason. So there's different trade-offs with different payment methods. Some of them are faster or slower. Some of them are more expensive or cheaper. Some of them are more private or less private. And it also depends on the country. If you're, in Japan, for example, you can actually do anonymous bank transfers. If you're in the US, the postal money order is excellent, but every country has their own localized payment method, so it really depends on your threat model, I guess.
So cash in the mail, cash in person.
I mean, I don't own any Bitcoin, but if I did,
A lot of people in the crowd do, though.
if I did, I would use the US postal money order system on BISC. It's pretty cool because it's basically how people sent money to each other before banks were what they are today. And because the post office has this really cool website where you can verify everything, no one can claim that you didn't send them the money or everything. Like, it shows what post office it was cashed at and everything. So it's really well built for BISC users in the United States.
I noticed that Strike is one option. What kind of privacy would I be expected to leak, say, if I were to use Strike to pay on Bisq?
I guess Strike is a newer payment option. I don't have a Strike account, so I've never used it. But if that's true, then I would assume it works like any other payment method. I mean, obviously, Strike, you need to connect to your bank account, but the counterparty wouldn't be able to see that.
Right. I believe they receive fiat on the other side of that trade. So that's a great, I think, payment method that now exists on Bisq. I've got like 1,000 questions for Daniel, and I think we're probably not going to have enough time. We'll probably have to talk later. But I'm curious to hear more about TBDEX. My understanding is that TBDEX cannot exist without some kind of verifiable credential, some kind of system of trust, right? And the reason for that is because Bitcoin, of course, is trustless, but the fiat system is not. And when you're exchanging with another person, there is some level of trust that's going to be required. Now, my understanding is that TBDEX is predicated upon decentralized identity, or DID for short. And again, if you could explain like I'm 5, or preferably explain like I'm 4, what is DID and how is it used by DEX?
Yeah, so DID is it's a standard that has gone through international standardization at W3C. We're using it, a lot of other companies are. It allows you to create identifiers that are wholly yours that you can rotate keys under and you can prove. So unlike an email address, you actually own your identifier and can have the full routability to send messages to someone. You can have multiple identifiers, and we encourage that. It's not like one identifier and you keep using it everywhere to correlate yourself. Like you want to retain privacy. And then the other big component is verifiable credentials, which is sort of like a data signing standard, basically, for proofs. And it could be proofs of anything, right? You can prove a diploma or whatever. In this case, you might prove KYC details or reputational proofs if it's like peer-to-peer and you don't need like a KYC component. It's just modeling it with a standard. So whatever your form of reputation or proof is, we're trying to use these standardized forms for it.
That's really interesting because in Bisq, there is no identity system. There is no reputation system. The Bisq DAO basically guarantees the trades if you were to get scammed or something, which, because of the security deposit system, is financially disincentivized. So in Bisq, there is no identity system because we want privacy. We want anonymity. You could create a new Bisq account for every trade, or you could use the same one. There is no identity.
Yeah, I think there's a misnomer, right, with identity. You hear the word identity, people get really scared, right? Identity just means an identifier you use. It could be a single-use identifier, like a burner, right? You can make a DID in a second. It has no reputation. You're just using it to do the messaging exchange, and that's kind of how we work it. And so identity, you have an identity, but you may have many facets of your identity. You may have millions of identifiers, right? Every website you go to, you use a new one. So we believe in exactly the same thing. It's just a standardized means of locating people if you needed to in a recurring fashion. The other thing is we want to make on and off ramping to existing financial institutions easier, only because it's the world we live in today. Like I've been in Bitcoin for 10 years. Like I want that as much as anyone. But the reality on the ground is that we need to get more people into Bitcoin, so we have to bring the world with us. And that's part of the reason why we added these features that are totally optional, so that those institutions can start helping by participating in the system and increasing the number of people who have Bitcoin.
Yeah, so my question is, would TBD, DID be compatible with stuff like FIDO too? Like, there's this open standard for online identification. It's, I believe, fast identification online.
Yeah.
And Trezor is supports that. So I could prove my identity like credentials, not my real identity, but I'm the same person like the last time with signing some kind of cryptographic message.
Yeah, so I worked on some FIDO stuff while I was at Microsoft. I was on the identity and security team. FIDO is a great standard. We were looking at, towards the end of my tenure there, doing extensions so that your DIDs are backed by keys you own, can go through that same existing standard. FIDO, right now, the way it's designed, it sort of assumes that you're using a single key, just a non-rollable key, and the PKI source is like a centralized entity. So you have like a key with a website, and you have to go register it with them. So it's kind of not designed to be decentralized. You can extend it though. We did extend OpenID Connect so that it uses DIDs instead of centralized accounts. So there's ways that we can uplift these things into more decentralized forms.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask, if I may, BISC sort of uses reputation because there's the account age, is that right? And number of trades, I believe, and you tend to choose like these accounts first.
It depends on the payment method, right?
Yeah.
So I think in the US, there's a payment method called Zelle, which is, I guess, the common way to quickly send money between banks in the US. And because there is a very small amount of chargeback risk, it's not zero, they implemented a small limit for new accounts. And once you trade a few times with other counterparties who are signed, then they'll sign your account to build this kind of like decentralized web of trust. They're not signing your identity so much as they are the hash of your payment account. So I guess, yeah, you could consider that payment account an identity.
I would call that a pseudonymous identity, right?
Sure,
so
yeah.
Any identifier you have in the world, if it's a point of reference, really, when we talk about identifiers like email or even your @name on Twitter, it's a point of reference. So someone is able to accrue reputation or use it in any way, it forms an identity. Now, let's not confuse like personal identity, like you as a person, with that identity. Identity just means like I could be a dog on the internet, but I'm this hash of this dog, right? So yeah, I think it's a scary word, but it's a little overblown.
And
yeah.
like piggybacking off that, like I think maybe one of the ways you can think about identity is simply a public key, right? A public key is an identity, and on the Lightning Network, for instance, our identity is our public key with an IP address, and that's how you connect. And a question I have for you is, how to make this a little bit more concrete, would you say that if DIDs should be included in the Lightning spec to be that form of identity, or how would DIDs compare and contrast to the current form of identity on the Lightning Network, which is the public key and IP address?
Yeah, so I think it would be great if Lightning did embrace the DID spec. The spec is not actually prescriptive in terms of how you would implement a decentralized identity network. Like when I was at Microsoft and now Block, we're working with Ion, which is like a layer 2 on Bitcoin to do DIDs. It's mostly a data model. So it's like, every type of DID method, right? You could create one for Ion, spits out the same PKI document so that everyone can in a standard way can find the keys and routing endpoints.
Like how much data?
Not much. It's not personal identity. Like the DIDs themselves don't have any.
So like a 33-byte public key is what we have on Lightning today. I'm guessing it's more than that. We're talking like kilobytes, megabytes.
Less. Maybe 2 kilobytes at max. It's just public keys and routing references. It could be decentralized URIs to like how I message you, right? If you look up an ID or like need that. It's like the equivalent would be like DNS, right? You look up a zone file.
Sure.
Right. It's that. You don't put your website in a zone file, right? So it's really important because I think it gives efficient lookups and locational finding that could be even better potentially than some of the constructs in Lightning that are required because they're doing path finding for like liquidity and stuff.
Okay. It kind of feels like the more modern way to do decentralized web of trust. Like back in the day, we would have key signing parties where you would meet in person and sign each other's PGP key. But now it seems like maybe there's also going to be the entry of corporations that will basically KYC people and sign their key for them. So you'll have like @Wiz at Twitter, for example, or maybe some Block or Square, right? You could be @Wiz at Square, and that's KYC'd. But if you're @Wiz at BISC or something, maybe it's not KYC'd. And depending on who signed what keys, you might want to trade with this person based on those things, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what verifiable credentials are. So like, let's say in one context of your life, you use a given identifier and you accrue reputational trust. Like I get a degree from an institution or something like that. Those are all verifiable credentials, right? Like LinkedIn may soon accept these and say, oh, I can like verify that this institution that has a DID signed this proof, and it is you who's with zero knowledge proving that you actually are the holder of the keys that back it. So absolutely, yeah.
So my understanding is that we're doing a zero knowledge proof without the need for ZKP cryptography.
Oh no, I mean, so some of the credentials definitely will use ZKP stuff. Like I worked on a snark construction with MSR colleagues when I was at Microsoft that we are looking to implement in the community. That's, you're familiar with snarks, right? And it is a zero knowledge credential that you could say, like, let's say a credential had like 10 things you can prove in it. You could do selective disclosure where you only want to disclose a few of them. You could do predicates where you say, like, I'm just over this age, like, you know, range proofs, stuff like that. And those can be more advanced constructions of credentials.
Well, like I said, Daniel, I'm going to have 1,000 more questions for you after, so I hope you have some time later this week. And I want to say thank you so much to all of the panelists. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. I'm very excited for the future of the re-decentralization of the web, which will hopefully be using some of these exciting technologies that we discussed today, and which definitely will not be some kind of Web3 VC-backed shitcoin dino, decentralized in name-only blockchain. It's going to be the real decentralized web, and it's going to use Bitcoin, and Bitcoin only.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They weren't joking.
They really are.
Should have brought the sunglasses.
Okay, how's it going, guys? So just a quick shout out to the guys doing the workshops at the back. It is a little bit noisy, so if you want to have conversations, please go on the outside, because you really are going to want to you really are going to want to hear what these incredible people have to say today. I think you can come back in at 3 o'clock and use the tables to do your workshops and your hacky stuff after. So just a note on that. So yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So we're going to be talking about improving and 10xing the Bitcoin development experience. I've got some amazing panelists with me today. So my name's Connor. I work at Spiral. We're focused on improving the Bitcoin open source ecosystem via a number of different initiatives, some of which we'll kind of go into detail today. So we'll start by just getting to know our panelists a little bit today. So Steve, if you want to start.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm Steve Myers, and I'm a contributor on the Bitcoin Dev Kit project, and my work is sponsored by Spiral, as are a bunch of other developers on our project. So, and yeah, we'll talk about what BDK is in a bit.
Hey, I'm Stephen DeLorme. I hang out in the Bitcoin design community. I guess I spent a lot of my time contributing to the Bitcoin design guide and other open source design-related projects in Bitcoin.
Hey, I'm Matt Corallo. I work on the Lightning Dev Kit project, sponsored by Spiral as well, or I guess work for Spiral. So our goal being to allow people to build custom Lightning nodes and Lightning integrations super easy, and we take all the hard work out of that.
Okay, awesome. Just another note, again, if you want to have a conversation, please leave the room, and you can come back in about 3 o'clock to do the workshops and stuff. But so we're going to talk about like improving the Bitcoin development experience. But before we talk about some of the projects that are aimed at doing that, let's talk about what the experience has been like over the past couple of years in trying to build Bitcoin wallets and other types of applications. Maybe Steve, if you wanna start.
Yeah, sure. So the way I came to the BDK project was that I had a solo project I was working on. I wanted to do something on mobile with a Bitcoin on-chain, multi-sig, and there's just not a lot of great options. You know, like there was some stuff in Java, but it doesn't work on iOS. And then, of course, a lot of them didn't have the latest modern features that you would want in a Bitcoin wallet. Teamed up with Alekos Fellini, and he's got, there's this great library that uses another library set of projects called Rust Bitcoin, which provide, all the primitives you need, and then, put together with another Rust Bitcoin project for mini scripts, so you get descriptor support, and, of course, SegWit and all, talking to different Bitcoin backends. It just basically gives you all the features. So then one of the things I focus on is making that available on mobile. So with Kotlin and Swift, so you can just as a developer, you just can pick up this library now and build a Bitcoin wallet for desktop or mobile.
Okay, awesome. And so some of these libraries that existed over the last couple of years, I'm assuming they haven't been as well maintained, and it requires like developers to operate at a very low level when they're trying to integrate Bitcoin and Lightning. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the other thing about having a library like BDK and LDK is that it's got sort of the best practices built in, implemented in a way that a lot of people have looked at, And you don't have to necessarily be a bits and bytes Bitcoin developer.
Okay.
You can understand the API and just use it with a whole community kind of supporting you behind it.
Okay, awesome. And Matt, you've been around in Bitcoin development for some time. Like, how do you kind of see how Bitcoin development has kind of historically?
Yeah, so I mean, I came at this from I worked on Bitcoin Core for many, many years, and have now kind of moved over to the Lightning space. Historically, when I started working on Bitcoin 11 years ago or something, there weren't any funding for Bitcoin Core developers. There weren't even any full-time Bitcoin Core developers. Now that obviously Bitcoin Core can always use more resources probably, but that's kind of a solved problem. There's a ton of people working on Bitcoin Core. Bitcoin Core has a lot of really smart people working on it. There's room to grow, but everything further up the stack doesn't, right? And so BDK has been really awesome. Steve talked about all these libraries that have been kind of one-offs that people have thrown out in various languages, and they're not well maintained, and they're not really all that usable. And so having a common base for on-chain stuff is awesome. But we looked at it as the Spiral team, and we also concluded there needs to be something like this for Lightning too, right? Is that Lightning is even more complicated than the on-chain stuff. There's even more to get right. There's even more to do, and we've seen several kind of mobile Lightning wallets. We've seen several Lightning wallets come around, and it's a full-time job for a team of 3 or 4 people to not only build a Lightning implementation, but actually keep up with all of the changes happening in Lightning and everything going on in Lightning. And so our goal is to kind of abstract that out, right? And make it so that you don't need a team of 4 full-time engineers to build a great Bitcoin wallet, where there's frankly some work to be done, right? There's some good wallets out there that need to grow, need to add Lightning support, need a little better UX here or there, need a little better design help from the design community folks, and we want to see a lot more, especially things like Bitcoin Beach Wallet, things like where there's a localized community that has some local features they might need, or where integration with some local services makes more sense, and really enable people to build good user experiences around Bitcoin. That it's just currently you have to be a great low-level engineer to do that, and finding a great low-level engineer who's also good at building UX and good design is not. I mean, basically it doesn't exist, right? Yeah. And so trying to abstract away that low-level stuff so that we can do all that work for you, and then you can focus on how do you build a great user experience.
Okay, amazing. And so it's, round of applause. It's it's this idea as well of allowing people who operate at different levels in the stack to really specialize in specific areas. So like you say, if you're a protocol engineer, you can operate and build the tools that make it easy for application developers who build front ends and who work with more UI and UX focused people. They can really hone in those areas. So we've kind of identified that the developer experience is something that is pivotal to 10xing the Bitcoin development experience. Steve Myers and Matt McClelland, you're working on some projects to do that, one being the BDK and the LDK. So do you want to explain to the people what the BDK actually is?
Right, so BDK stands for Bitcoin Dev Kit, the name inspired by LDK, which had the similar name. And the idea that we're focused is on building descriptor-based wallets. So these are on-chain wallets, and you basically get all the modern features. You have, like I said, so descriptors are a way of defining the spending conditions for a wallet, but it provides you a way to create those scripts in a way that's portable between different wallet implementations, as well as well-reviewed and audited. Like you can easily look at a descriptor and figure out what it does. For some more complicated spending conditions, as Matt was saying, people might want to build applications for specific communities, but it could also be like you're a company and you want to build something in-house that uses Bitcoin. You can now, you don't need to have a bunch of Bitcoin protocol engineers in-house. You can take this library. It's going to be reviewed by, the Bitcoin community. You can contribute back to it if you have more features. We had one person that was contributing back to our project, and he had a use where he wanted to do proof of reserves. So he could easily, within his company, create a proof of reserves library using BDK, and then release it both open source. And now any company that has that need can use these two libraries together. This is like an example of somebody that didn't have to start from scratch. And it's a really important thing too that a lot of things are changing on LDK, but things are still changing on BDK too. Taproot is coming out. It's going to be difficult for somebody to implement a Taproot wallet from scratch, but you start with BDK, and BDK is going to be supporting Taproot. Now you can just immediately get that feature in whatever application you're building. So that's part of the power.
Fantastic. And on the LDK side?
Yeah, I mean, so basically the same thing, right? but on the Lightning side, right? So the Lightning protocol, like I mentioned, it's complicated and it's really hard to get right, and it's really important you get it right. If you get it wrong, you or your customers lose money, and that's not a great user experience. So we try to do something similar where we do all of the Lightning state machine, we do all of the logic around how you route payments and how you even forward payments if you're running a non kind of mobile node, and do all of that stuff, and then we expose it as kind of the individual building blocks, and they all work well together, and it's easy to hook them up together. Or you can separate them out, and you can say, I'm going to run the routing part on a server, and I'm going to query that from the client, and then I'm going to do my backups by doing live updates against iCloud or whatever you want to do. We give just neat little interfaces for all of the different pieces that aren't kind of core to Lightning, but like how do you store your data? How do you, where do you get your private keys from? How do you sync the chain? All these kinds of things that you could have many different ways you want to do it. We provide just interfaces for that, and you have to go kind of hook it up to the right places, but you don't have to do all of the kind of hard work of building a Lightning state machine. And so we do that in Rust as well, and then have like BDK language bindings in a number of different languages, and more continuing to come, so that developers can kind of focus on how they want to build a Bitcoin application and how they want to have the UX work, and we can just kind of make it easy to hook it up and have Lightning suddenly running.
Okay, amazing. And you have developers working across various different stacks, whether it be on desktop, on mobile, on embedded devices, whatever it might be, also working in different programming languages as well. So how do you approach trying to accommodate for all of those different types of users?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That it's one thing to have a nice, well-reviewed, feature-rich Bitcoin and Lightning stack, but then it's a whole other thing to support that ecosystem around it for mobile. So you have to have, you have to support Android, you have to support iOS, and in those environments, you want to support those languages. So you need to support Kotlin or Java on Android, and you want to support Swift. That's sort of like just, that's sort of the price of admission is you just need to support that. And to do that, as well as supporting the core library, gives you that just kind of easy, pick it up off the shelf, and you can start building your app, whatever environment you want, which is hard for, it's just sort of building that ecosystem just opens it up for everybody.
Cool. And I think like the technical term we kind of use is like language bindings, and like, Matt, what would be some of the challenges around language bindings and supporting like these various environments?
Yeah, I would say, supporting different environments and thinking hard about different deployment scenarios is like 60% of the work we do, and the other 40 is actually doing Lightning stuff. Yeah, I mean, we built a language bindings framework from scratch. We sat down and said, like, all of these existing languages, we have a rich object-oriented interface with different classes and different interfaces that you have to plug into and use, and we want to support that in different languages. Turns out there are no language bindings frameworks to support this. It just doesn't exist. All the existing language bindings frameworks are for people who are saying, like, well, I've got my app and it's written in Java or Swift or whatever, and then this one function is too slow, and I have an implementation in C I want to call, and it's like one function and it's a pure function, and it doesn't have all of these interdependencies or whatever. And there's a ton of frameworks for that, and they're really great. And then you want to have like, well, I have these classes and I want native, I want it to feel like a native interface where you're like instantiating these classes that are secretly written in Rust, but they're actually, exposed to you in Java or Swift. And then you have interfaces that you want to write an implementation of in Java that like the Rust code is actually calling all the way into. It turns out that didn't exist. So we spent about 2 years of engineering time, a little more, actually building that from scratch. Yeah, I mean, it's an insane amount of work, but it ended up working really well. And so, CashApp shipped with LDK powering their Lightning node. And they didn't write a single line of Rust. They didn't look at a single line of Rust. They wrote it all in Java, or I guess they wrote it all in Kotlin. But so that turned out to be a good investment. It worked incredibly well at the end of the day. But that ends up being almost all of our work is a combination of that and also just thinking about how do we design an interface that is hard to misuse? How do we design an interface that's either gonna immediately spontaneously combust and the application won't even run, or it works right and you can't lose money and the payments go through reliably and it all works, right? So you wanna, trying to design interfaces is a hard art form, right? And so that ends up being the other half of our work is just how do we make sure that this interface is going to be robust and users are going to know how to use this correctly just by looking at it, they can't screw it up, right?
Yeah. Actually, LDK also provides great documentation, API documentation as well as examples. That's the other thing BDK also tries to provide is examples, documentation, which is another big piece of work. It's not, you can't take it for granted that every library would have that.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so Stephen, we've not heard from you just yet, but you come from a slightly different perspective, being a designer. So do you want to talk to us a little bit about the Bitcoin design community, what that is, what that effort is, what type of things are involved on that side of things, and then we'll dive into a bit of how we tie the fact that we have these awesome SDKs and with the UI expertise that comes from that community as well.
Yeah, so the Bitcoin design community is just kind of a decentralized community of designers and creatives who are interested in working on open source Bitcoin. I guess the kind of central thesis of it would be that Bitcoin is the best money, so it should have the best user experience. I think a lot of people would agree that it's currently lacking. A lot of people find Bitcoin difficult to use. There's a lot of uncertainty for people about how to self-custody their own Bitcoin. Kind of the flagship product of the design community is this project called the Bitcoin Design Guide. And the Bitcoin Design Guide is, you can think of it kind of as like human interface guidelines for Bitcoin products. If you're building a non-custodial Bitcoin product, you can turn to this guide to look for principles and techniques that you can employ to build a better experience for your users. And it might be good to differentiate a little bit. Like you said the word UI. It's also, I think, important to differentiate between UI, just the thing that the user sees on screen, like the specific color of the button or the font choice, right? That I consider to be more UI, but UX, I consider to be a little bit more broader than that. We're trying to think about the whole experience the user has to go through. Is the application you're building, let's just say it's a wallet, for example, when they turn it on for the first time, do they know what they're supposed to do? When they receive their first Bitcoin, is there a backup facilitated? How is the user still using it a year down the road? Are they still using it 5 years down the road? And is the way that they're using it changing? So these are kind of all things that I would consider kind of under the umbrella of user experience. And I guess kind of similar to LDK or BDK and LDK is that if you think about why should every single developer have to repeat the same work over and over again? Let's find what works. Let's build our good Lightning state machine and just put that into a toolkit and everybody can use that. Similar with design, we don't need everybody to come up with a new design solution every time. If some other wallet or Bitcoin service has come up with a good design solution that makes it really easy to use for people, why don't we document that in an open source way, and then other projects can take advantage of that.
Amazing. And just to touch on a few things around the design guide and kind of documenting patterns that work regardless of what wallet you're trying to build or what Bitcoin application you're trying to build. Do you want to talk maybe about a concrete example and one that was announced earlier by Miles and the CashApp team, the BIP21 URIs, and like how that's an example of developers and designers who have created this standard and getting some aid, I guess, from the UX side to kind of tie it together as like a concrete example.
Yeah, that's a good one. So if anyone didn't see the CashApp talk this morning, Miles announced a lot of cool features. But yeah, one of them in particular was this plan to kind of move to a new type of QR code, or using an existing type of QR code but differently. And this, there's been this big conversation about it in the Bitcoin design community and other open source Bitcoin communities about this. Like just as a real world example, I think many of us witnessed this last year in El Salvador, just the difference in payment formats. For example, you go into like a little bodega or pupuseria and you want to order something, and you ask to pay in Bitcoin, and there's usually some kind of toggle that they have to switch between an on-chain address QR code or a Bolt 11 invoice QR code or a proprietary Chivo QR code. And there's just not a lot of education. People aren't sure what to do in many situations. And you think about QR code, it's kind of like an ugly, human, unreadable thing. Like you can't look at a QR code and just like know what's inside of it unless it tells you. So that was a big problem, and there's been many people have tried to come up with solutions for that, like Galoy with Bitcoin Beach. They had kind of a solution that they were experimenting with these kind of QR codes on these signs, and they were trying to solve the same kind of problem, like how do you make it easy on the user. But I'm not sure exactly where the idea originated from. I first, I think, heard it from Pavlineks and John Zbahari and Steve Lee, some combination of those three. But basically, this idea of just taking a BIP21, which is this it's this payment URI format. It's been around for about 10 years. I think weren't you involved in it?
I think I might have written the original spec.
Yeah, I think I saw your name on the paper. But it's basically this idea where we can use this existing spec. We can put an optional parameter in there, put a Lightning invoice in there, and I think the spec was very forward-looking. Like you were kind of like predicting that people would want to use it in different ways, and we don't know how we're going to want to use it in 10 years. Well, this is an example of that. So we're now able to use this existing open source standard, and in the Bitcoin design community, we started experimenting with it. We built a website. We started documenting which wallets could support this standard and which don't, and we started reaching out to projects. And this is just an example of like, designers can get involved in open source, and you can go on GitHub and you can open an issue with a project and make a bug report or a feature request or suggestions for UI improvements. And so we've gotten pretty positive feedback. I mean, it's an ongoing discussion, but we've gotten very positive feedback. And even CashApp was able to get involved and have discussions with the Bitcoin design community about this project. So it's really cool thing if you think about like, if you have the best UI, the slickest UI, the best UX in the world for your wallet, if every other Bitcoin wallet out there is hard to use, it hurts you too. Like we're kind of all in this together when it comes to Bitcoin UX. So CashApp, I thought was really great that they got involved with the design community, got involved in these discussions, and now we've basically seen in a very short period of time designers and developers collaborating together to improve the UX.
Yeah, and I want to zone in on that last little thing you said there around developers and designers coming together. Like sometimes we term it like bridging the gap between designers and developers. Now that we have these development tools and a design guide, why is it important to kind of bridge that gap? Is it the fact that now we can get more experimentation happening quicker? Is it the fact that like those tools just naturally bring those two users together? Like, what would you say about that side of things?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bridging the gap, I'd say I think this is like a running problem in software engineering and product development. This idea that like if you're trying to build something and you spend 6 months planning it out, and then 3 months building it, and then 2 months testing it, and then eventually by the time it gets to market, it's like competitors beat you or users, customers' demands have changed. So I think like what we've witnessed over, the past several decades is just that, development cycles for products are getting a lot, I hate to use this word, but I guess you'd say it's becoming more agile. Like we're figuring out how to like ship features quicker. And so an important part of that is like, you don't want a situation where like the designer is, building this perfect, layout, and then I pass it over to the developer, and then, the developer, kind of has their own interpretation of it, and then, by the time it hits the market, it's, something's been lost in translation. I think like on the open source side, what I've witnessed just in the design community is that like some of the most successful Bitcoin open source projects are one where the designers and the developers work very closely together, and they have like kind of a constant feedback loop. So like if you come in and you ask the designer like, can you solve this problem for me? What's the answer to my question? And then take it and run with it. Here's the thing, this isn't like a perfect science. Like, like there's not like one just answer to UI, because it's going to depend on like where you are in the world, what kind of customer you're trying to serve, what the needs of your community are. And so there's not just like, this isn't like, physics or something where we can like, absolutely define something down to a molecule. So the ongoing collaboration between the designer and developer, I think, is so that, you can test stuff, see what works, and just very quickly find what works for the product or for the customer that you're trying to serve.
Okay, fantastic. And so just to recap a little bit, we have the BDK, which is helping with on-chain Bitcoin functionality, exposing all these high-level APIs. Similarly, on the LDK side, if you want to integrate instant Lightning payments into any wallet or application, what types of applications and are we seeing being built with like BDK, and then we'll go on to LDK in a second. So yeah.
Yeah. So right now, we primarily have sort of example applications. I mentioned there was a bank looking to use, looking at BDK for some proof of reserve stuff. Kind of our big focus now is just getting more of the mobile stuff built out to support more mobile applications, and that's part of what I'm doing here, and the rest of the BDK team is doing, is just finding open source developers or finding closed source developers, anybody who wants to build something using on-chain Bitcoin, and getting to know them and getting to solve their problems with BDK. I don't think we have any big like commercial programs yet using BDK, but the goal is we hope to soon. Yeah, we're certainly, that's our goal, is to make that happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and on the LDK side, we've been around for a little longer than the BDK side. And so CashApp was our first user to go live in a big way. It was actually the second user to start integrating over Torment back here somewhere from Blue Wallet, suffered through a lot of the pain of some of our very early alpha language bindings projects. And so they're more in flight as well. Obviously, building for mobile is just a little harder in almost every way, not only on the language bindings end, but also especially on the Lightning end. There's just so many more things you want to get right to have a really great user experience, especially as a non-custodial end user application. And so CashApp kind of beat them to the punch. It's a little easier to build a custom Lightning node that is just custodial than the non-custodial. But it kind of highlights the very different uses for LDK and projects like this, where CashApp is a large corporate. They have a ton of backend infrastructure that existed already for all of their existing. Obviously CashApp does a whole lot more than Bitcoin. And they really wanted a Lightning node that tightly integrated with all of that infrastructure, right? So using their own logging infrastructure, their own database infrastructure, their own node failover and hosting infrastructure, all of the stuff that they already had, they wanted their Lightning node to really integrate well with that. And just taking something like C Lightning or LND, which are great, but in running it off the shelf, doesn't provide them that. Right, and so they wanted to build something super custom, and they were able to, in a number of months, put together a full Lightning node from scratch that used LDK to do all of the kind of Lightning parts, but then integrated and worked in exactly the way they wanted a Lightning node to work for them. On the other side, Blue Wallet just completely different scenario, but again, where they already had an on-chain non-custodial wallet. They already synced the blockchain. They already had key derivation. They already had a backup system. They already had all of these pieces, and they didn't want to take something like LND and try to make it run on mobile, and then sync the chain twice, and have two separate key derivation systems, and they wanted a Lightning node that worked with their existing infrastructure and actually integrated into the app, and not something that just was completely fresh from scratch, or was from scratch kind of for them. And so there again, this LDK, where it's really just building blocks. We provide a bunch of different building blocks and some sample implementations, and you can take the pieces you want and hook them up in the way you want, and end up with a Lightning node that works in exactly the way you want. So being able to build super tailored systems for exactly what you need is really kind of I would say the value of everyone standing on this stage is helping people build exactly what they need.
Yeah, it's interesting because although sometimes we talk about LDK having the sweet spot of non-custodial mobile, where there are constraints on memory, storage, background tasking, all of these kind of things, we are seeing something like Sensei, which is I guess a Lightning node implementation based off of LDK as well, which we hope might be in the Umbral App Store soon, and it might be instances where, although out of the box, it's not really designed to be an out of the box node experience. You have the tools to make a custom node yourself, right? So that's really cool. And on the Bitcoin design side, although we talk about the user experience and getting developers to work with designers to build, customer-facing stuff like wallets and other types of applications, what other things do we see from the Bitcoin design community around art and narrative and all of these kind of things?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of different projects, in the design community other than just the design guide. Around art, I'd say, there's a whole channel in our Slack workspace where people post art they're working on and stuff, which is really cool. We've gotten involved with other, there's a lot of just kind of, I guess, collaborations, you'd say, which is basically somebody's doing a project on Bitcoin, they come to us, and they might need some help with something, and we'll put together a call, and people in the community who might want to help this project can jump in and help out. And so, on the narrative side, there was this Hello Bitcoin project that you were involved with, and it's kind of a video series that kind of teaches people the fundamentals of Bitcoin and why it's valuable, and several people in the community got involved with that and started working on the animation for that. And also just with wallet projects and stuff, there's currently a collaboration with Join Market. I think so there's a team working on trying to redesign the UI for Bitcoin Core, the wallet portion of it. There's the Zeus wallet, which has been incredibly good collaboration. There's also just some kind of other flagship products next to the design guide would be the UI kit and the Bitcoin icons kit, like Christoph, Ono, and Bosch. Those are basically kind of toolkits you can use. So you can take the icons kit and install it as a Vue or React module and just instantly have icons for your Bitcoin product. You can use the UI kit. It's a Figma prototype. So you can basically rip screens from that and incorporate them into your project. It's kind of like why reinvent the wheel? Not to limit your creativity in any way, but it's a good starting point so you don't have to rebuild everything from scratch. So there's really just a ton of projects going on in the community. Sometimes new initiatives just kind of spring up out of nowhere without any central authority, which is cool.
Yeah, awesome. And then just trying to tie things back to 10x in the development experience. What advice would you give people who want to get involved in a space, whether it be contributing directly to BDK, LDK in the design community, or taking these tools and building applications themselves? Any advice for these people?
I could say one thing that I know that on the design side, I used to work in enterprise software, and we basically never built anything until we had UX and UI, primarily UX actually, because that's developers sometimes aren't great talking to users, and UX, that's part of what they do to bridge the gap, is they're basically collecting that user feedback about what does the user want to do, how do they want to use it, maybe they don't know what they want. And maybe what they want isn't actually what they want, what they think they want. So that's obviously part of it. But on the BDK side or on the on-chain side, just being able to take a library that's well reviewed, has examples, allows you to kind of bootstrap whatever project you have. And then I think it's also, from the closed source world, you might have all these companies replicating the exact same software, and that's pretty inefficient. With open source and projects like LDK and BDK, you have all these people that want to do the same thing, all these smart people that can just get together, combine forces, trade ideas back and forth. People all over the world, you're going to get a cross-section of developers that you could never, as a company, afford to buy. Like, they're not for sale, most of them. So you get that for free, and it's quite amazing. It's a resource that you can only get in an open source project. You're not going to get that on a closed source project.
Yeah.
So,
how about on the design side, if designers want to get involved?
Yeah, so on the design side, I mean, just from a purely tactical perspective, you go onto bitcoin.design, our website, you go to the contribute page and follow what it says there. You can join our Slack channel. You can add our calendar to like your Google or Apple calendar and all of that. But just to dig into that a little bit more, I mean, we do calls, talking about specific projects or issues, and it's all pretty open. So, I mean, I would really encourage you to just lurk. Once you get on a call and you can just hang out, you don't have to ask questions or be involved if you don't want to, and you can just kind of see how an open source community functions, and then jump in and contribute when you feel comfortable. And I'll just say that, like, I'd really encourage you to do it, especially if you're like starting out your career and you're thinking of doing an unpaid internship. I'd say don't do that, and I would say contribute to an open source project instead, because like Steve said, you're going to meet like people all around the world with different ideas. You're just kind of connected to this hive mind of ideas, and also like the open source contributions you make, people are going to see them. So it's not going to be like some proprietary thing that's hidden, and you have to kind of like hype yourself up. Like, people can see when you're doing your work in the open exactly what you're contributing, and those open source contributions, I think, will follow you from one job to the next.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely. And to maybe to summarize a little bit, like, there's a lot of focus in this space of like, oh, I want to contribute to Bitcoin Core. I want to contribute to like the lowest levels of the protocol, and that's awesome. Those spaces need as much contribution as they can get, as many eyes on it as they can get. But they also have, over the last few years, started getting a lot of eyes on it, a lot of contributors, a lot of great people working on those projects. And further up the stack, you see a lot of these awesome wallets that people have started building and that people use every day, and the real touch points for users on Bitcoin non-custodial have teams of 2 or 3 or 4 people, right? And these projects, they often don't even have a UX or a designer, or they have some contribution from the design community and are turning to that increasingly, and they don't have the resources to build out a lot of really awesome UX that they might want to build because they're too focused on some of these lower level things. And so there's a lot more room to contribute to some of these projects further up the stack, and make a much bigger impact on how people actually use and experience Bitcoin. Because these are the real touch points. People actually are using an app to receive their Bitcoin, and they're not using Bitcoin Core on a regular basis. And so I think there's a lot of room to contribute to these communities, certainly, especially the design community, and going out and actually working with some of these wallets. And then there's also just a lot of room to build great user experiences using Bitcoin. There's only probably a handful of wallets that people strongly recommend that have great UX. And go build another one. Go build something that's unique and has some other user experience that you think might win yet more people over to Bitcoin and give them really the experience that they want. And there's a lot of room in the space for that kind of contribution.
Awesome. And then just a kind of final closing thoughts from the 3 of you. What are you kind of most excited to see in Bitcoin development this year? And then just tell people where they can find your projects again, the projects that you're working on again. So maybe Steve, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, I mean, as an on-chain library, I think Taproot's probably the most exciting thing right now. from what you're going to be able to do with it, and being able to support that in an open source, easy to accept sort of way. If you want to go to bitcoindevkit.org, that's our website. You can get links there to the GitHub repository and also our Discord community. If you have questions or have ideas for an app, or you want to contribute to the project, you can chat with us there. We're around the globe, so there's always somebody around online there.
Awesome. And Steven?
Yeah, I'm one kind of thing, I mean, obviously I'm excited about the unified QR code. Another thing I'm kind of excited is just like stabilized Lightning channels. I mean, obviously Bitcoin's the best money and it's what you want your savings in, but one thing I've just kind of seen, like with adoption in developing nations is that there's obviously this need for having a little bit that's stabilized, for your weekly expenses. And I think the Overton window has kind of shifted around that conversation, and we've seen this kind of explosion of ideas over the past 2 months here of just different ways of accomplishing that. So I'm really curious to see how, what the engineers decide is the right approach, but after the whole kind of rough consensus process. But I'm also curious to see what the design around that, how we solve those design problems. But yeah, you can, like I said, you can follow what we're working on in Bitcoin Design just by going to bitcoin.design on the web.
Perfect. And Matt, to finish us off.
Yeah. Oh man, there's so many things going on in Lightning. All of the things. So yeah, on the LDK side, let's see, we're working on Bolt 12 integration. So improving the way people pay in Lightning to add to address a number of shortcomings in the user experience and a number of different ways people expect to pay, especially things like static invoices. So that's huge. Shipping ZeroConf and other features that are kind of needed for first-class good mobile user experience from what people expect from existing Lightning wallets. That's going to be huge. And just helping people start building a lot more Lightning wallets and a lot better UX, and helping people not have to spend 4 developers, 3 developers full-time just to maintain stuff, and actually enabling people to really start experimenting more with Lightning, start building more stuff, start extending more stuff, and getting to the point where we can start having people build good dollar-denominated Lightning channels on a mobile app. That's going to be awesome, but man, we've got a lot of work to do to get there. And yeah, so you can go to the lightningdevkit.org if you want to check it out, and we have a Slack and a Discord community because I don't know, we like making sure we're available to anyone who has questions. So you can join one of those. There's always someone around to answer questions, and like all these great folks, we try to be pretty hands-on and pretty available to answer any questions and to help you figure out what's going on and how best to build what you want to build.
Hey, you said it. We got a lot of work to do. Back to work.
Yeah, back to work. Thank you for listening. Really appreciate it. See you guys around.
Oh my God, why is it so bright?
I feel kind of far away from you guys, but
yeah, we can all move in onto the couch.
You want to go on the couch?
It's okay. Sure, yeah.
It's going to be a little awkward.
Actually, it's better if we stay in order for them, I think.
All right.
Yeah,
so
sure. We're all good.
I hope we don't mess up the camera people. Sorry.
I think
they framed the shot with that last chair in mind, so.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Ben. I'm host of the BTC Sessions on YouTube. I guess I'll just let you guys introduce yourselves. We'll start with Paul.
Sure, my name is Paul Stzorc. We're going to be talking about Softforks today, so I have a Softfork proposal, BIP 300. I've also written a lot about Softforks in the past, so I guess that's my intro.
Awesome. Jimmy?
I'm a Bitcoin expert, I guess, or educator or something. I do a lot of stuff in Bitcoin. I write lots of books, and yeah, I'm up here mostly to look pretty, I think.
Hey, I'm Jeremy Rubin. I'm a Bitcoin Core rabble rouser, and I also have a Softfork proposal that I've been doing called BIP 119, and happy to be here to talk about it with y'all.
Awesome. Welcome, guys. Let's give them a round of applause for being here. And so I want to start this talk out by making it accessible to some people that may not be super familiar. So we'll just set a few baseline things, and then we'll get into the weeds after that. So I'll open this up to anybody here, but let's just break down really quickly, briefly, the difference between a hard and soft fork for whoever wants to take what I just teed up.
I will do it because a fork is a very serious thing. It is really how the protocol changes from one protocol to a different protocol, which can cause people a little bit of consternation because they worry about, oh, am I going to lose the things I really like about the old protocol? And that is the difference between the hard and soft fork, which is that the hard fork is an absolute permanent split where you form two networks and you break up and you are never getting back together. And then with the soft fork, there's this theoretical compatibility where these different protocols are nonetheless interoperable with each other. So you can stay, this idea of it being compatible and opt-in, which is a nuanced point, but the idea of the old node, you can stay there, you can stay with the old protocol, and that's what makes it soft. And I could talk more about that if you want, but I'm sure you can.
I would say that soft forks are backwards compatible, hard forks are not backwards compatible. And the idea of a fork is that you have two blockchains or two ledgers that have some difference. And that is terrible for any sort of consensus mechanism because they're not in consensus. And that's what we want to avoid generally. And soft fork or hard fork, that's, unless you are permanently wanting to split like Bitcoin Cash did.
And what precedent does that set for for the user, like in terms of a soft fork versus a hard fork? If you're a user, you're perhaps running a Bitcoin node, for instance, what responsibilities do you or don't you have in a soft fork versus a hard fork? What do you have to do?
So I'll jump in there and just kind of, with a more contrarian take, riding off of this, and tell people what their responsibilities actually are. But ultimately, like, they're not really so different. Like, both of them can result to a bad thing happening to your Bitcoin. And so from that perspective, they're the same. And I think ultimately what it comes down to is how do you participate? And the choice of the soft fork is really something that allows people who are just kind of disinterested in what's happening with development to, and disinterested in upgrading or whatever, to just like continue to be a part of the network. The downside of that is that like changes can happen to the Bitcoin network even if you're not participating. So in some senses, soft forks are maybe bad because how do you oppose something that can happen if you're just not even aware that it's happening? And then hard forks, on the other hand, it's like, well, if you don't want it to happen and the rest of the network does it, now you're off the network permanently, and that's like not really great. But on the other hand, for a hard fork, you'd have to have like much more overwhelming consensus to make it happen. So each of them have trade-offs, and ultimately like the end negative outcome is the same, which is that like a bad thing could happen to you, but we get to choose the trade-offs. And right now in the community, the dominant choice is that people prefer seemingly soft forks, but that is a preference. It's not like a mathematical proof that one is superior to the other.
Let's go a bit deeper into that.
Yes, a very important point.
Yeah, so what precedent does it set, given that Bitcoin leans heavily, the community has leaned heavily towards keeping things backwards compatible versus protocols that have gone off and basically have regular hard forks? What do we lose by normalizing regular hard forks versus what has been preserved with Bitcoin?
Well, the main problem with hard forks is that you're forcing essentially everybody to upgrade. And if they don't upgrade, then they're no longer part of the consensus. And who's doing the forcing, right? If you're being forced by some central entity, then you're clearly centralized because whoever made that hard fork is demanding it of you. This is how Ethereum works. They demand you to upgrade. If you don't upgrade, then you're no longer part of the consensus and your blockchain is essentially invalid. Whereas if you are part of the new, hard fork the software that they tell you to run, then you're part of that consensus, in which case it's not really consensus as much as it is somebody from authority telling you what you have to run in order to be compatible with the rest of the network. So hard forks for me are centralized, and it's an indication of centralization, at least the way they've been used. So for coins to go do that, it reveals their centralized single point of failure. Whereas, with a soft fork, what you have is this ability to be backwards compatible. You're not forcing anything on anybody. Hard forks, like almost all rules are up for grabs, including the supply limit and stuff like that, which I find an anathema. Like part of what you have that's very valuable about Bitcoin is that certain things aren't going to change because of the way, because it's backwards compatible and it enforces the rules that you all know, including 21 million, right? Like that's sacred.
But of course, he just said that, but Jeremy just said that soft and hard forks really aren't that different. So I'd like to maybe, and you're saying they're very, very different, of course. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but we have to now maybe unpack this for the audience because this is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, because this, as I said, the fork is a very serious matter of changing the protocol. And it was thought that, first of all, the soft fork is clearly, it's not only backwards but forwards compatible. All the nodes share the same network. And it used to be thought that because they were all compatible, you can just stay where you were, and therefore the opt-in property came from the compatibility property. But it was later, there were a couple sort of chinks in the armor of that argument where Peter Todd proposed the evil fork idea where you can change lots of things with the soft fork. And then SegWit actually increased the block size with a soft fork, which was sort of it was something that everyone had to experience. There's another case actually that I think is a very good example, which is the S-value signature case where that is something that is very, very soft. And the very old definition of the soft fork was that if you got miners on your side, anytime the two different blocks were mined following incompatible rules, since the miners always went with one, everyone would end up going along. That was the old definition of the soft fork. So this S-value situation is where an example of something where it was 100% soft, but it was 0% opt-in. A normal layperson had no choice but to upgrade their software. They could not send money.
Yeah, I think to like break that down, like a similar thing to this would be like if we decided P2SH was bad and then just said no more spending P2SH addresses. Like that would be a soft fork, possibly, and that would be confiscatory and that would steal people's money and that would be bad. And I think overall it's one of these things where for hard forks, I think it's like there is a propensity to shove it down people's throat. But it's more of a cultural value for what type of activity we want to do. And soft forks generally align more with things we want to be more opt-in. But you could do either on either. An example of this would be we could use all the same BIP9 version bits. We can talk about what those are, and speedy trial, and we could have a delayed activation that would be like 2 years in the future for a hard fork. And that would probably be pretty good in terms of not being something where we just like the devs decided there's a hard fork happening, but it still would be that old nodes at that 2-year mark would fall off. There have been proposals previously, like somebody said, Bitcoin Core should, I think Luke Jr. made this point, Bitcoin Core should just like have a fixed number of block headers it can consume by default, and so it shuts off in 10 years. So all nodes just have a shelf life, and now every hard fork is a soft fork based on if you're running Bitcoin Core, because we could deploy it and then the node automatically shuts off after some fixed deadline. It's like, well, I don't love that, but like, yeah, you can kind of map these things one onto the other.
But I normally love
ultimately, I think the thing that, to wrap it up into a coherent point is hard or soft, like, feature or whatever, what matters is that we do these things in a way that involves mass participation and consent of the, I don't want to say the word governed, but that's the phrase, consent of the ungoverned.
Oh, it's a good
phrase. I would say that you can do evil things with a soft fork. I think that's the point that you're making. Of course you can do that. You can eliminate SegWit, you can eliminate all kinds of things by saying these are no longer allowed on the network. I don't think we're denying that. The real question, I think, in your sort of equivalence of hard fork and soft fork is that, okay, is it possible to have sort of like a benevolent hard fork? I suppose in some metaphysical way it can be somewhat benevolent, but I think what we're saying is with soft forks, at least the ones that Bitcoin has done, it's generally benevolent soft forks, not the evil soft forks. I think that you're talking about like eliminating pay to script hash or something like that. And those are the ones that it's within the space of soft forks that I think benevolent or good things for the network are, because once you change sort of like permanent rules or anything like that, that opens up a whole like can of worms that I don't think we want to go down. So for me, like soft forks are very important to like stay within that area of soft forks and not, and obviously avoid the evil soft forks, but go with this sort of subset that's actually benevolent.
Let's go back historically in terms of Paul. When I was speaking to you over email prior to this, you made reference to it's a question of is it worth it in the instance of a hard fork, and we saw historically, like for 2017 when there's this push to go from 1 megabyte to 2 megabytes. I mean, the resounding answer from a lot of individuals was no. We don't want to set the precedent of changing for small incremental increases in block size like that. But Bitcoin has hard forked before, so I'm wondering if somebody wants to maybe touch on when it was.
I'm not sure that it ever intentionally has, because the only two that it's kind of like 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
One was when Satoshi added the op-nops in 2010 or something, and he's the creator, so he sort of, it's like creator's right or whatever. It like doesn't really it's not really a very relevant consideration, right, since he created it in the first place. And then the other one was after the summer 2015 database lock situation. I'm not exactly sure what to call that, but there was something where a database configuration rule had become a consensus rule without anyone knowing, and then it had been changed. And so it is possible to sync old nodes, but you have to do this extra step, and so that sort of makes it a hard fork. And I don't know, like no one has ever like intentionally done a hard fork like through the whole peer review slow process. Depending on how you interpret
Maybe
the
I just drank too much last night, but I don't think either of those are hard forks. I actually can't think of any that because a soft fork is like sort of increasing the rules and like making it stricter. And I don't think either of those.
Soft fork is shrinking the rules.
Yeah, soft fork is well, it's increasing the number of rules, shrinking the set of things that are valid.
Yes.
But I actually can't think of, and maybe again the drinking thing.
No, the addition of the.
But I can't think of any that were actually a hard fork, even like because you're talking about removing like opcat and stuff like that.
No, I'm talking he added the op-nops 0 through whatever it was 20. They didn't exist, and he added them for the specific purpose of later using them in soft forks.
Maybe that is, yeah.
So he added what later became check template verify or whatever, or not, excuse me, now you've got me all confused. I'm talking about check lock time verify. That was added by Satoshi as a blank thing. That was like a blank check. So when he added all the blank checks, it was hard. But then when we repurposed them individually, that was soft. But it doesn't make any difference because it was so long ago.
Yeah, and I think also just in terms of like this notion of like time ago, I think there's something to be said for like, if you were considering a change and we knew 2 ways of accomplishing the identical goal in terms of the effect on the system, except one had a lot more technical debt in how you might do it. One of the things that bothers me sometimes about a soft fork process is if you go through too much extra work to do the thing, you're actually signing up the rest of the future of humanity to like maintain technical debt forever. And like it actually might not be we might be able to swallow a small amount of governance now for saving like a bunch of complexity and potential risk in the future.
Well, let's go down that road. In what instances would you see a hard fork as not an absolute no? Like for each of you, what
I agree with Jimmy that you don't want to do. See, the way it kind of played out was, for a while I thought, and I guess people agreed with me also thought, that the soft fork sort of protects us from arbitrary tyranny by the development process or something else, because you can stay on your old node and then move to the new node if you want, or stay. But then now these things have been these ways of discovered that equivocate the hard and soft fork, these sort of modern things that make it so that they're very similar in terms of what you can do. And so the way I see it, we lose some of the protection, and then my BIP 300 is really about ending all soft and hard forks and putting them into, to some extent, so that the protocol can do an unlimited number of hard and soft forks without actually changing at all. So the protocol can have a fixed amount of code. You don't need to do any pull requests or write anything else. And I kind of feel that we should move towards the direction of not changing layer 1 Bitcoin code at all.
I'll give you a really concrete one where I think it's okay, which is if we did a soft fork that turned out to be compensatory for a user who can demonstrate that that what they were doing, their funds got stuck, I would advocate for a hard fork to removed that rule and allowed the user to get their funds out because it was the soft fork community stole money from this person. Like, to me, that's a bad thing, and they probably should have been more vocal in that process. But if we have to patch in a hard fork to say we will allow this transaction to proceed to restore this person's funds, I think that would, at least from my perspective, like, I don't love the governance around it, but that would be in the shape of the right thing to do.
Well, that would be interesting because you're kind of assuming that an evil soft fork would go through and that you have to reverse.
Not evil. So, for example, if I wrote a smart contract that was like in early days of Bitcoin using opt-cat to do something, and then cat got soft forked out, which it did, and then I demonstrated, hey, look, like imagine like I don't know. Hal Finney comes back and he's like, hey, by the way, like and he was still, around at this point, but he's like, by the way, when you did this, I couldn't advocate for myself, but I got unfrozen and like, now I can't get to my coins because you thought, and we talk about doing these things all the time. There's this thing called, and I don't want to pick on anyone in particular, but like the great consensus cleanup, to clean up some of these really like edge condition things that we don't think anybody actually uses. But if somebody relied on that, I would want to honor the reliance interest.
So, but to push back against that, isn't that setting the same kind of precedent that was set with the DAO?
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying here because I don't think you want a hard fork for any of that stuff. If like the time to speak up is at the at the soft fork. Hey, you're going to confiscate some of my money. If you don't do that at that point, now it's like, oh, you know what? By the way, I have this thing.
So I gotcha. Didn't we just say the whole point of the soft fork was that if you don't want to be a part of whatever these people are doing, you can ignore what's going on?
Yes, but you were saying that before, but that's also the feature of it that's now like sort of fading away and it's not present.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said it's backwards compatible.
Well, like I think part of the point of the soft fork is that like a user who, and these aren't things that are like necessarily like evil, it's just like things that we do that have an unanticipated consequence. But like if you are relying on this thing and you're not paying attention to what's happening, like this is a big deal for us developers, is that we don't want to make it feel like the community has to pay attention to what we're doing. We actually would prefer, not for like reasons of like hiding stuff, but we'd prefer if we operated in a way that most of Bitcoin doesn't have to care if we're doing something to tinker with it. But if that does happen, like I just don't, I would see if I were involved in such a thing, I feel a personal responsibility to work on restoring funds. And maybe if it's a small amount of money, you can just pay it out as like okay, sure, we'll make you whole. But I do think that it's like sort of it ruins part of the promise of Softforks if somebody can come forward later and be like, you did something that's incompatible with what I was doing, and now my funds are frozen.
I think I can reply to that by answering your question about what kind of hard fork actually would work in practice, maybe, because it doesn't make any difference what I think I might like or whatever. But I think you'd really have to get buy-in from the most important group in Bitcoin, which is the Bitcoin investor. And they are probably not technical, which means that the status quo will have an enormous amount of leverage, for lack of a better word. And you also need to make it seem as though this is in their best interest, which probably it would be almost impossible if you were saying like, well, some people lost their money somehow and we need to get it back. I would imagine it would make a lot of people nervous. And so I share your suspicion that type of a hard fork to reassign funds to people would be viewed with
it would be very skeptical. And also like we're doing like a presumption on top of a presumption that there's a soft fork that somehow confiscates someone's funds because it was used in this very weird way. An example would be like before SegWit, somebody used the particular form, and it's okay. Now you can't redeem it because SegWit rules make it so that you can't redeem that. Like that's a very specific. Like you almost have to be pathological to have done that, and and we try to sort of like make sure that doesn't happen, and it's like such a corner case to me that I don't see this as like a thing that would realistically happen.
There is something where like in Bitcoin, we have something called like the sequence field. And usually, well, let me jump up for a second. Usually when we have one of these things like a SegWit version, we try to reserve it and make it so it's really hard to send to the network. So we're kind of communicating very clearly like, hey, you shouldn't rely on using this thing because it's for an upgrade. If you use it, like we can't guarantee what will happen. So it's kind of undefined behavior, and programmers, we all love undefined behavior, right? So that's kind of okay. Use undefined behavior, get screwed. Like that's a clear contract. But what happened is we had, for end sequence, which is how you do a relative time lock in Bitcoin, we had something that was intended for future upgrades, but we forgot to do this thing where we don't let you send it to the network. And so people actually started using it. And recently I found this and I was like, hey, we actually kind of screwed up on this. We don't prevent people from broadcasting this. Is anybody using this? Because you probably, like, undocumented, unspecified behavior. And then we were like, okay, no one's using it, good. Maybe we can do just not even a soft fork, just a policy change to make them unbroadcastable. And then people from the Lightning Network were like, no, actually, we decided to put some extra metadata in there because we needed a memo field. And we're like, why? And they're like, oh, it's the cheapest place to put it. And we're like, okay, so now we've like kind of, and this is kind of still being debated and discussed, but like now we've maybe like permanently burned end sequence for future upgrades. And other people have been like, no, we haven't burned it. We just need to do this trick and that trick and this other trick. I'm like, I personally, like,
yes.
I'm not sure.
Can like a behavioral norm or a tradition become a mandatory soft fork or something?
Yeah.
It's possible. And we have 4 bytes, and every transaction has a version field that it's like, what if people started using that for something? Does that just?
We kind of do, right? I've checked.
Well, we use like 3 of the 4 billion. We use like.
Yeah, well, I guess that's where I was just saying, in this example, this is entirely something where I could imagine that if I had, like, and if I weren't, maybe just like a very selfish developer, I could have been like, I noticed this thing, but I want to propose something for end sequence, and so I'm just not going to tell people about this issue. And we might have gotten pretty far down the soft fork path before anybody actually noticed that, like, hey, actually we have a hard dependency on using this. And that's an example where I just think that these things are at the limits of our capabilities as like a software community.
Well, I mean, in a sense, like you don't want to disenfranchise the people that are currently like kind of using it, and like there's no permission required. That's kind of the whole point. So if some people are using it, then it sucks as a developer because you don't have as much freedom to use certain fields or whatever. But that's kind of the burden that you have as somebody that's trying to add features that you want to add. I think that's entirely fair. It's okay that sequence field is used in a way that maybe you don't like, but it is what it is. You can't force anybody on the network. That's the fact.
So we've been discussing a lot about things that can go wrong with soft forks, implications for people, despite it being a backwards compatible mechanism. I'd like to talk a little bit about, right now we're talking about preventing bad things being put into the code, but on the other side of things, we also want to, for the time that it's still malleable enough to introduce these types of things that can give us huge improvements in Bitcoin, we still want to be able to do them. And I want to maybe dive down the road of activation methods and what we've gleaned from things like SegWit, because obviously we had some difficult time there. Things that should not have been maybe as contentious as they were became contentious. So what do you guys feel that we learned about activation methods from SegWit to start with?
Well, I don't know if we can assign moral value, like saying it should have been easier or whatever. It was what it was, right? Yeah. And there's no sort of moral judgment that I think we can really cast on it. What I will say, though, is that what we showed was that the corporations were not in control, and that was a major event in Bitcoin history. And it's not a coincidence that Bitcoin went up in price afterwards. At least I don't think so, because we proved that the corporations don't control it. Now, what's the right way? Ultimately, I'm not sure that it's like a permanent thing, right? Like, 90% is the right number, and that's going to be the case for the rest of time or whatever. I think each soft fork has its own environment in which it has to activate, and you have to get consensus whatever way you can for that particular soft fork with each one. And that kind of sucks for people like that are on stage with me, because they want to get something on there, and it's like, well, what's the process? Well, I hate to tell you, but there is no process. You just kind of have to go get consensus, and I don't know exactly what that looks like, but the burden is on you to prove to the rest of the community that this is something that's desirable.
Yeah, I can tell you, and certainly I think Jeremy will agree, that it's very Kafkaesque. You're just sort of like, get consensus, and it's like, oh, okay, thanks.
Earlier I said it's like kind of Groundhog Day. You come out, you see if there's status there.
Is there consensus today?
But I think just kind of adding on to that, I think people really want to learn from anecdotes, and I only care to learn from data is sort of my perspective on this. And I don't think that there's any generalizable lesson out of what happened with SegWit other than maybe corporations like don't have this unilateral control. Like if they did, we would have seen something else in this anecdote. But even that is not like the most useful thing, because maybe for like a less controversial, because SegWit had controversy around it, maybe it itself wasn't as controversial, but hey, it kind of was a little bit contradictory to some miners who developed some IP around it, right? And that's like maybe something that we are like, we fucked up, like, sorry for the live streamers or whatever, but we messed up, and we don't want to, we really strive not to break anyone's mining hardware.
Yeah.
And that's something that like I think it's a big egg on the face of the development community that like, okay, like if I wanted to learn something, it'd be like we should probably have much better integration testing, that we have some way of making sure that every developer is like intimately familiar with how mining hardware works, so that maybe we can avoid things like this in the future. That said, from my perspective, we're probably not going to have a lot of forks that are like SegWit, even Softforks. Most of them are much simpler. So that if you're trying to generalize a lesson from SegWit activation for check template verify, which is what I work on, it's like I think most of the learnings there just don't really map. There's some stuff that maps, but like it's a very different thing. It's a very different mining climate, and it's a change that is just like it's not coming in to solve something that's controversial. It's something that it's in a problem space that I think most people are like, oh, we're going to make make the hardest money ever even harder.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, okay, if we can all agree on that, we can all agree on things like self-custody. Like, I think that those are things that just like the type of thing, the lessons of like, oh, these things have to be really hard, and we've got to really like be afraid of like pissing people off. It's like, I'm not sure that everything goes through that same sort of gauntlet.
So, I mean, SegWit was controversial. You're saying there's not a lot of those that are likely to. We did just have a large upgrade, Softfork, that was not especially controversial, Taproot. And so I'm wondering if you guys, just for people watching that are unfamiliar, maybe just touch on what that enabled for us and where that can go, and things that are still needed beyond that could be implemented later. But start with what did Taproot do for us?
Well, for me, I think it gave us a lot more privacy. So you have this mass syntax tree, and you have the single key unlock on. So you have the key spend and the script spend, and those were two different types of addresses all throughout Bitcoin's history up until Taproot. So you had the pay to pub key hash addresses, the addresses that start with a 1, pay to script hash addresses, which are the addresses that start with a 3. Even within SegWit, there was the Bec32 addresses that were shorter, and then the Bec32 addresses that were longer. One was pay to witness pub key hash, the other one was pay to witness script hash. You've combined those, so essentially you can't tell which one is, and in fact, all Taproot spends can be one or the other, and you have the option of both, and there's no real penalty that you're paying for that. And that gives you additional privacy, but also you have this tap tree, so you can make some very, very complicated scripts, or like have many, many different conditions under which you can unlock it, and many of them can be hidden behind many very deep in the mass tree and so on. So depending on the probability of their execution. And this gives us a lot more flexibility in sort of how we have backups to our funds and stuff like that, most of which hasn't really been adopted by wallets and so on. So I look forward to sort of seeing a lot of that. But I would say that the main benefit is that we've sort of upgraded the security for each user. So you have this ability to go and back up your wallet to 2 of 3 of this and 4 or 5 of this, and even like have public companies or something that publish their public key and have it possible for them to unlock it, and they don't even know that they hold those keys, right? Like those are some really cool things that we can have within Taproot. So I see it as like a beneficial software, but to go back a little bit to, what Jeremy said, and I think he's absolutely right on this. The process for SegWit and Taproot, I really don't think you can have generalized lessons. And I see that kind of as a feature, not a bug, right? Like, it is frustrating for these guys, obviously, to have to go and try to find, okay, how do I get consensus? And Paul described it as Kafkaesque or whatever. It's like, how do I convince? Well, if we had like a strict process or something, that I think that would imply that we have a permanent governance model or something, right? Like, and that's exactly what we don't want. This is a decentralized network. Yes. And in a decentralized network, what you need to do is convince the people that are part of that decentralized network. And there are more people coming in and out of this decentralized network all the time. So we should expect the sort of process by which we add Softforks to be different each time, because we have more constituents, we have more use cases, we have different features, different things that are happening. And in a sense, like, each Softfork has to be different because you have different people using it. And that's a good thing. I don't see that as a bad thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think the controversy about SegWit, I think, was almost 0% about the actual SegWit part. I'm even skeptical that ASIC Boost had anything to do with it. So I totally agree with that. It's an extra layer of irony with BIP300, because what I'm sort of saying is that I can make it not, if you just give me this one thing, it won't be Kafkaesque anymore, because it will be, there won't be any more changes to layer 1 Bitcoin. And if you want to do any hard or soft forks, the process is now sort of inside the BIP300 activation, which occurs without anyone changing any lines of code.
So what's the pushback to that?
Well, I think it's just a very abstract idea. I think there's a lot of like, so
I should have directed this towards
you should have directed towards them. I think part of it, though, is that BIP300 is about escaping Bitcoin Core to go to a different piece of software, and I think that's inherently, I think that baffles people, actually. People are like, but don't we have everything perfect in Bitcoin Core?
I really don't like that. Like, Lightning requires external software, for example. It's like...
Yeah, so I think that, right, it doesn't really apply, but I think that's part of what people sort of stumble over. It's also, there's other features of it that are very different, or maybe, like it alters who is the most important person, I think, to some extent. So that, I think, may have something to do with it. But I think it's also since it opens up this unlimited space of possibility, people are, the very conservative Bitcoiner is sort of trying to wonder, will one of those infinite things be really, really bad? And the answer is no, because BIP300 is designed very cleverly so that your full node is totally ignoring everything that is happening on those other networks, which is unlike the hard fork and unlike even what we thought the soft fork had that property, but it doesn't really have that property. So this is designed to be a big improvement on the process, but it must go, since it doesn't exist yet, it must go through the process.
Maybe instead of like
if it did,
hard
then
fork,
you could
soft fork, you should rename drive chains to over easy forks.
Yeah, over easy fork. I was thinking, people are saying like, people have tried to change the terminology. I wrote a whole article about this at one point, about people's changing the terminology and how the existing terminology doesn't really work because, and then there's a very funny thread between, I don't know how far we should just throw this out into like other people, but there's a Reddit thread between Adam Back and Luke Dash Jr. where they're going back and forth about whether or not something is a hard fork, and it's very funny. It's like they really don't agree, but it's because the concepts have, they don't have the properties that people thought they had, I think, when it originally was defined.
And that's something that we really haven't defined in this talk, right? Is the definition of a soft fork, and like we've thrown around terms like evil soft fork or whatever, and this is a little bit of a problem because like for some developers, like that's not a soft fork, that's actually a hard fork or something like that, and it's like these things matter, like they're technical minutiae that's not transparent to most users. But they matter, and this is where consensus building is especially hard. Again, I feel for these guys, right? Because it's not easy. It's really not.
Yeah. So we got about 4 minutes left. I think the last thing I'm going to lob at you guys is, what do you see as what's next coming down the pipeline, and also at what point, if ever, does Bitcoin just ossify and these conversations are moot?
I don't know.
So I guess like in ossification, it's a popular topic. People probably don't necessarily know what that means. It means the thing turns to bone. It's like you can't change it anymore, and so don't stop trying. And it also is kind of a pun because it's like open source software. So the thing is, if you look at like societies in general through history, they have some amount of like technologically complicated product that they can produce, and it's a curve. And then when that curve starts turning the other way, so the societies usually like imminently collapse. It's just sort of a phenomenon of like, okay, there's some sort of, the decline of the Roman Empire. It's like, okay, well, you look at the technologies they were producing. And I think that for this ossification, like maybe we can get Bitcoin to the point, but if we get to a point where we don't have the type of developers available who could produce the same type of artifact, I think we get ourselves into really hot water, just in terms of like Bitcoin as a society. And that's something that really concerns me. And I think one of the ways that you defray that is by keeping talent fresh that can actually work on these complicated topics and understands how Bitcoin even works. And that's something that does concern me in terms of like, is this ossification of Bitcoin going to happen? It's like, I actually think it's sort of like the demise of Bitcoin if it does, even though I think the idea of we wouldn't have to change it is appealing.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that because I really don't think of this as technology first. I think of it as money first. And money is better when it doesn't change. And at some point, yeah, I think it'll ossify. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because you have rules that are permanently in place and you know how to plan for the future as a result of money being permanent. And that ability to plan for the future is critical to entrepreneurship, to civilization building and all that stuff. And yeah, there are sort of like technological curves. It's usually because of bad money that you get sort of like this technological fall off or something like that because you allow in a lot more rent seekers and so on. So for me, I don't see Bitcoin that way, that if we stop like soft forking or something or adding features that it suddenly like means that we're on the decline or something like that. Money that stays, that's easy to predict is a very good feature of civilization. I see that as like a stable foundation of having a civilization built on the stable foundation of money as a very good thing and which allows civilization to thrive.
I would say, and I know we're a little on time, but like I find bugs like relatively often, and like to fix them, like I have to have a lot of specialized knowledge, and if we don't have people who are understanding how these things work, adversaries will continue to find them, and then they can take out the system over time.
Yeah,
That's what scares me about it. I'll cede it then.
I'll leave it to Paul. You got 1 minute left.
Okay, great. I think it's a very nuanced point. I think there's some things that have ossified, like you can argue different parts of like the network, the infrastructure of the internet they're sort of here to stay forever, warts and all, right? I mean, again, obviously I'm a proponent of this BIP 300 thing, and then ossifying. So I am concerned about exactly what you're talking about, which is that we want something reliable for the long term that is tamper resistant, basically. But I also agree with Jeremy because I do think that I don't agree that money is actually very stable across time. I mean, after all, it moved from shells to gold, and then it became banknote money. You can say whether or not you hate that, but and then it's sort of becoming Bitcoin. But those are all changes, and I'm not sure that in the modern world people are very, I
think in a sense, like what matters for Bitcoin is the UTXO set.
Yeah.
And that's like ultimately the thing that matters a lot. And we can have any, system that we devise around that, but it's really the property rights system that we have to maintain over time.
Awesome. I think we'll leave it there. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thanks.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Got that nice belly full of food, hopefully, and ready to listen to a talk about discrete log contracts. And so let's just start off with a raise of hands. How many people have heard of DLCs before? Okay, quite a few people. How many people have tried DLCs before? Quite a few less people. So I got to start off the talk with a little bit of shilling. We're doing some DLC demos right after this talk by the big moon in the expo hall in the esports gaming arena. If this stuff interests you that we're talking about today, come get some hands-on experience with it, bring some sats, bring an address that we can send the payout to for a DLC, a fun bet idea. And what we're going to talk about here today on this panel is kind of what DLCs are, what problems do they solve, and how they actually work. So kind of like kicking us off here, I want to start with introductions. Taj, do you want to start?
Sure. So I'm Taj Dryja. I've been working on Bitcoin for a long time. I invented the Lightning Network with Josef back in 2015, and from that, also wrote the paper Discrete Log Contracts a couple of years after that, and sort of introduced this way to do smart contracts on Bitcoin. And I'm actually mostly working on U3XO, a different new Bitcoin thing, but today we're talking about DLCs, and so I'm definitely really excited to see that people are actually starting to use it and stuff, so it's great.
Tony.
Cool.
Hey everyone, I'm Tony. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Atomic Finance. So we're a Toronto-based startup, super early stage still, but we're building a mobile app for folks to be able to put their Bitcoin to work and earn a yield potentially on their Bitcoin using options-based strategies that are built on top of DLCs, which we're going to talk more about later today. I started in the space 2017. I actually started on the Ethereum space and then decided to pivot and focus on the Bitcoin side of things later on, and found out that, hey, there's actually all this sort of cool functionality that we can build natively, cool products, cool applications that we can build natively on Bitcoin, so why not just do it natively on Bitcoin and focus there and build products for Bitcoiners. So yeah, that's a quick intro from me.
Hell yeah. I'm Ben. I worked with Chris at SureBits for about 2 years doing DLC stuff. And I do a lot now in my free time too. And it helps build a DLC wallet there and Crystal Bowl or Oracle software. Me and Josef are working on a SDK for mobile wallet DLC stuff, but all work in progress stuff there.
I'm going to steal a line from Ben on the end here and say Taj is probably responsible for 2 inventions that employ a lot of people in this room, Lightning Network and discrete log contracts. Can I get a raise of hands if you have employment because of this man here?
Yeah, the intent is not job creation. Ideally, Bitcoin would be job destruction, and everyone could just hang out and not have to work, but sorry about that, U3XO, no, there's 4 people.
Maybe in 3 or 4 years, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It takes a little while for it to catch on.
But yeah, there's more people working on that now too, so. Okay, sorry.
Back to kind of discrete log contracts. It's why is this an important problem to be solving in the first place? We hear about DeFi over in other blockchain ecosystems, and Tony, I'm going to kick this over to you. Why this is a problem we should be solving in the Bitcoin world?
Yeah, the way we look at it, DLCs is a very interesting way to build some really cool products and primitives, decentralized finance, DeFi products for Bitcoin. And the reason that our team thinks about it and why we think it's necessary to kind of explore ways to build Bitcoin DeFi is twofold. Well, I'll break it down into obviously DeFi consists of decentralized and finance. So why are both of those parts necessary on Bitcoin? The financial part I think is a bit more obvious. Basically, kind of when you look at some of the greatest assets or currencies around the world, you notice that there's a very robust and ecosystem of financial tools around them. And I think part of Bitcoin's maturation process as a financial asset, as a currency, as a store of value, is that there's going to be more and more financial tools that are built on top of Bitcoin. And I think that financial tools are just going to be a large part of that maturation process. In terms of the decentralized part of things, I think that's where it starts to get a bit more interesting. Right now, the way that we look at it, there's kind of a big gap or dichotomy between Bitcoin finance and Bitcoin the asset today. Bitcoin the asset, as we all know, censorship resistant, verifiable, transparent, all that jazz. But the issue is, when we look at a lot of Bitcoin finance tools that are available today, it's kind of the opposite, right? You kind of hand over your coins to them, then you don't know really what happens after the fact. You can't really verify much. And it even kind of removes the provable scarcity aspect of Bitcoin to some degree because of potential, of rehypothecation and all that kind of stuff. And so that's why we think that it's very necessary to build kind of sound financial tools or decentralized financial tools that match that for the most part match Bitcoin's aspects in terms of provable scarcity, in terms of verifiability, transparency, all that kind of stuff. And we think that that's we don't want to replicate some of the same issues that we see in the fiat world happen on Bitcoin. And so why not build sound financial tools from the ground up that also carry most of Bitcoin's best traits? That's kind of why we are really kind of strong believers in the need to build Bitcoin DeFi, the need to build sound financial tools for sound money natively here on Bitcoin.
So I think that's like a good segue into why we haven't seen like as much development for these tools on Bitcoin. And like a question I have for you, Taj, is like kind of like, why is it so hard to build things on Bitcoin? Do you think it's a cultural issue that Bitcoiners don't want this, or do you think it's a technical issue of they want it, but it's really freaking hard and it's not as easy as just deploying a smart contract somewhere.
Right. So the sort of interesting thing is like the thing that eventually became discrete log contracts was someone I knew, Joey Zhu, back in San Francisco, was like, oh, I'm working on Ethereum. I'm like, what's that? Like, he explained the idea of Ethereum. This is way before their whole crowd sale. And I was like, can't you do that on Bitcoin? And it's like, no, you can't. I'm like, I wonder, there's probably a way. And so yes, one of the aspects is it's easier, right? The Ethereum ecosystem has all these like tools, and you can just write whatever crazy thing you want and like lose $600 million of other people's money, and like,
theoretically,
and it is more difficult in Bitcoin. But I do think there are some technical things that like are quite different. Where if you actually look in Ethereum, what people are spending a lot of gas and using it for. A lot of it's discovery. And so what we have with discrete log contracts, and like, people have worked on it a lot, it's contract execution, and you have all this security. It's like, okay, and we always talk about Alice and Bob. It's like, okay, Alice and Bob, Alice is long Bitcoin, Bob is short Bitcoin, so Bob has sort of something like a stable coin, and Alice has this like super volatile Bitcoin because she thinks it's gonna go up. And that's like a good trade. Like they both wanna do this, and we have all these really secure ways to make that happen. But we start with Alice and Bob, and really we need to start with Alice doesn't know Bob. Like nobody knows anything, and you need an order book, you need a marketplace, and I think that is what you sort of see being one of the use cases. One of the things Ethereum does have that is on the one hand horrible because it's enormous and enormously efficient for someone to say, hey, I'm interested in going long this asset. Anyone want, or like, I have an order, I want to buy something for this amount. I changed it, in my mind, I cancel, right? Because I know that in like Wall Street, it's something like 100 to 1, like total number of orders that go into a market versus order execution, right? Most people put in orders and then cancel them. And so you sort of see that recorded for all time in Ethereum, where it's all these orders and cancellations, and it's very inefficient, but people can find each other. And that's one of the hard parts that is sort of still unsolved in Bitcoin land, where same with coin joins, same with a lot of these other protocols. It's like, well, yeah, if you can find your counterparty, we know how to do these things. But finding each other in this like decentralized, trustless way is still something of an open question. So I think that's one of the big hurdles left.
And I 100% agree with that, and think that's kind of one of the big unknown problems that we need to solve in the Bitcoin ecosystem, is to make that work with the UTXO model. And then, what I call these things is censorship-resistant financial markets, rather than just kind of censorship-resistant money that we have at the moment. And that's something that I think other blockchain ecosystems are kicking our butt at, just by the sheer fact that it's possible there, and it's not even possible.
You can see why Bitcoin people don't want it, because it's like, we don't want hundreds of gigabytes of people trying to find each other recorded for all time that you have to validate, right? It's like, no, don't, that should be offline. That doesn't need to be on the blockchain, but it doesn't need to be somewhere that's decentralized. And so, I sort of have, actually at this conference, started saying, we need a layer 2 mempool. Yeah. Right? Like, so, I don't know if that's the cool catchphrase, but like, yeah, we have the mempool.
Make it happen, Twitter.
Yeah. We have this mempool where things are sort of floating around and miners grab stuff and make blocks and make the blockchain. And the mempool is a huge, people have been talking, so other people today have been talking about, the open source work on the mempool. It's super important and difficult. We don't really have a layer 2 mempool. We don't, if you're trying to find counterparties on Lightning, if you're trying to do these things, there's all these sort of sporadic peer-to-peer interactions which work, but there isn't. What's nice is like there's the mempool, and we can sort of all put stuff together. So we don't quite have that as like a layer 2 thing, but that's sort of still an open question. There's lots of cool ideas about that.
Do you have anything in the works to solve that? Just ask. Just kidding.
It's a question we keep talking about, but we don't like, oh, silver burl, not yet. Yeah, maybe.
I think that's a really fair characterization. It's something I'd like to say to the audience. It's a problem we're solving, and where does liquidity aggregate, and where can you go find where can Alice and Bob go to match each other in a decentralized way, so we don't have this like regulatory pressure of depositing your coins on a centralized exchange, and then they of course are subject to the whims of whatever jurisdiction they're in. And I think Bitcoiners should take the problem more seriously. But in terms of like what we can do with DLCs, assuming that Alice and Bob have found each other already, can we just like enumerate some of the use cases of what types of contracts we can do? Ben, do you maybe want to take that?
I mean, like it's cool. You can do almost anything. Like they have the options contracts where you're betting on the price of Bitcoin. I also build a game where you just bet on Super Smash Bros. Games. Or you could bet, you guys are doing the thing, how long is Justin Moon's mullet? Like you can do like anything. It's super cool.
2:30, be there. How long is Justin Moon's mullet?
So because all you're doing is having Oracle sign a message of what something is. So it could be, the Bitcoin price. It could be the length of a mullet. It could be a Smash Bros. Game. It could be like, what's the coordination of the stars or something. Like it can be almost anything. So it opens up like a million use cases, and you can with that, you can make lots of cool stuff where instead of just signing what the Bitcoin price, so you could say what's the execution of this script, and then make a real actual smart contract that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most clever things about DLCs is the scripting is very minimal, and intentionally a lot of information is left off chain. And maybe Ben or Taj, you guys want to speak to kind of how that's advantageous from a privacy and scalability perspective? Ben, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. So today, if you're using Ethereum, you're saying this is everything I'm doing. Here's the exact price I'm trying to buy at. And they have a huge problem where there's miner extracted value, where they just front run all the orders because they know what everyone's trying to do and just make free money. In Bitcoin, or at least in DLCs, you can't do that because all of my contract data is off chain, just between me and my counterparty, just in a database that we own. And the actual contract is just negotiation between us, and all results is spending from a multi-sig and then spending out of it. That's all anyone can see. So they don't know what we're betting on, if we are even betting, and even your Oracle doesn't know. So they might maybe they see your IP address, pinged the server, and was like, oh, they got the Bitcoin price, but they don't know if you were short or long, how big your bet was, anything like that. So it's extremely private that way. And then since all this is all off chain and just 2 transactions, it's a lot more scalable.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, I guess, a word that we haven't actually defined yet on this talk, but what is an oracle? Does anybody want to take that question?
Tad?
Sure, it's you need a bridge from the real world.
Why can't Bitcoin go and just know what the Bitcoin price is? Why can't Bitcoin know who won the Super Bowl? Why don't we just embed a HTTP client into Bitcoin and have it reach out and figure out how long Justin Moon's mullet is?
Yeah, no, none of these chains, everything needs an oracle because you can't assume consensus on this thing that fundamentally we don't have consensus on, right? What's the temperature outside? Well, where outside? And so you need some kind of entity to just post and say, here, this is the score of the Super Bowl. And you do have to trust that entity. And this is a problem that, I don't know, there's whole entire altcoins that are entirely devoted to oracles. I don't know what they're doing. But to me, it's always well, you want to minimize, here's this trust needed. And so you want to minimize that, right? We can't really get around it, but we want to reduce the power of this oracle as much as possible. So the goal is sort of let's make the oracle as oblivious as possible to what's going on. So they report this data, but they don't see what people are doing with it, or they don't see how many contracts are using this or anything like that. So to try to, and also cryptographically, they can't equivocate. They can't say, oh, the Rams won the Super Bowl. No, the Oilers won the Super Bowl. They can't do both at the same time without losing their private keys, which is sort of a nice extra thing. But yeah, it's some entity in the real world, maybe known, maybe anonymous, that reports on real world data. And that report doesn't have to go into the blockchain, and ideally won't, right? So that report influences the blockchain, but can be on a website or something. And so that's sort of my goal is limit the oracles.
Yeah.
And hopefully discrete log contracts can help do that.
And I think that's such a valuable point about how the data is not going into the blockchain itself. And another property of this is that the way the DLC specification works is this same Oracle can be used across different blockchain ecosystems. And we're at a Bitcoin conference today, but it's really nice not to have to have the Oracle have a different reputation for the Litecoin blockchain versus the Zcash blockchain versus the Bitcoin blockchain. The same Oracle can be used across the entire DLC ecosystem, and you kind of prevent this like fragmentation going on. And also, an Oracle can build a reputation that way.
And we are like seeing that, like the Link guys announced they're trying to do DLC stuff. So like, it's kind of cool that like the shitcoins are coming and trying to like adopt our stuff, which rarely happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is really cool. Do you have any opinions on what oracles should report on versus not reporting on? Or, what is the limitations of an oracle? How I think about it is, you should always make sure if you're gonna be an oracle in the DLC ecosystem, the event has to be very cut and dry of what happened. And like Taj was kind of hinting at this earlier of like, what's the temperature outside? You need to define like what the thing that you're going to attest to is very airtight as possible, kind of almost like a legal agreement. Otherwise, you can have ambiguity, and your smart contract execution is only as good as the oracle's input into the smart contract itself. Another thing that we've worked on in the DLC spec is multi-oracle stuff. I know Ben, you've done a lot of work on that. Do you want to share?
Yeah, it's like what Taj was saying was like, you have to trust this one entity, but it's nice in DLCs we can kind of actually just trust multiple entities and this like, have this like 2 of 3 like multi-sig of oracles where you could do something like, maybe I'm good friends with Chris, but maybe I don't totally trust him on reporting the weather, but I trust all 3 of these guys together. So I say if 2 of the 3 say it's 60 degrees, I get the money, and if one lies, then I'm okay. And so it's a really nice property, and it scales pretty well, where like your contracts on chain is the exact same still. You just need more data off chain, but you're able to like abstract out all these things and kind of protect yourself there if you have multiple oracles.
Yeah. Another thing that comes up a lot is like, should oracles be paid? Should they not be paid? Does anyone have any thoughts on the panel about compensation for the services that oracles are providing?
I think that like it depends. Basically, it's an interesting like question, because like, does an oracle being paid open up the door for potential collusion or whatever? But like it's also interesting because maybe oracle should be thought of as a public good or something like that. And so yeah, it's an interesting kind of like discussion topic. I think that if say I'm building a product and I need an oracle with a guaranteed amount of uptime or something like that, or some sort of kind of like minimum level of service, then maybe then it makes sense for me to pay a little bit more to like kind of guarantee that kind of like uptime and stuff like that. But otherwise, like I mean, it's certainly an open question. Curious to hear what Taj and Ben have to say. Yeah.
I mean, I think like the actually operational cost of running an oracle is like basically 0. It's like you post 64 bytes like when an event happens, that's about it.
Right.
So like all you're doing is making an HTTP request probably to like NFL.com to get the score and then posting it. So they don't totally need to be paid. It is good, like as an oracle you want to be paid, because who doesn't like getting paid? But it is like, I don't think it's a huge problem of like incentives. Like most likely, like people will just set up oracles and be like, oh, it just runs on AWS now forever, and they'll sign every game. They don't need to worry about it anymore. And I think like doing things like open source oracles, where like you open source like my NFL oracle that signs every NFL game, then everyone can run this now, and we can all see like, oh, this one's fucking up, he's signing the wrong thing, and then you just switch over to new oracles. Like you don't need to like have all these like super like well defined things. Like let's just have an NFL oracle and everyone runs it.
I think I definitely agree. It's not that hard, right? You just sign a message, so it's not like you're a miner or anything. I think it's the one use case I keep coming back to is like the price of Bitcoin, right? People want to bet on that. We see there's all these stable coin, Tether and USDC, and it's just like I'm always very curious at like why people use them, because it seems like a horrible idea, and one day it's just going to get like seized by some government, and then everyone loses everything. But or not, but yeah, but it's like, well, you can sort of get that action with the DLCs, where it's like, okay, I want a constant dollar price contract, and so the Bitcoin price seems very important, and it does feel like oracles possibly in that case would be incentivized from without getting paid. So if you're an exchange, you're Gemini, Kraken, you say, well, if there are people making derivatives contracts based on the price of Bitcoin, I want their price to be our price. And most of the exchanges are very, very close in price, but not always. There can be a little bit of a divergence here and there. And they can say, well, if you are doing these derivatives contracts, we want you to use, Kraken's price, and then that'll make more people want to trade on Kraken because you can sort of net it out. And you're already trusting these exchanges to like hold gazillions of Bitcoin. So trusting them to like say what the last trade price is seems like a much lower ask than that. So that does seem like, it's not happening now, but it could in the future where exchanges want to be oracles and want to get that.
It does happen now. They like Coinbase, I think they do like a oracle for like Ethereum and stuff. So it's not far-fetched for them to do it for Bitcoin.
Yeah, and that would be a fun, so you have the sort of Bitcoin fix where everyone's like, trading on this like very important auction price, and like, okay, here's the price of Bitcoin for the day or something. That'd be cool. And we're starting to see that maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think another like interesting topic here is like whether going back to how do Alice and Bob find each other in a decentralized fashion is very, very hard in the UTXO world, and it can be done in other blockchains, although really inefficiently and with no privacy, basically. So another like idea that I guess I've been thinking about is like, is it important that you retain custody of the Bitcoin while the matching happens, if the matching happens fast? So like imagine I deposit money into Kraken, they do what they're really good at, which is matching buyers and sellers, and they print a Bitcoin transaction that represents the DLC out the back. Does anyone have thoughts on that, or why it's good, why it might be bad? Any hot takes?
And it doesn't bring you the censorship-resistant financial market still, which kind of is the goal here. But it is a like solution. Like, honestly, it should be a spectrum. Like, we can have the most decentralized version where it's like, I don't know, like some like actual peer-to-peer network that we use to negotiate these offers. And you can have the centralized ones where you deposit in the Kraken and spit out a DLC, and you can have things in the middle. So they're all are viable. We just kind of need to try them all out and see which one sticks.
Yeah, I mean, I think my thinking is like evolving on this about minimizing the amount of time that somebody else has custody of your Bitcoin. If that's 30 seconds to match a trade, I think that's a pretty acceptable amount of time. If the exchange in question is doing funky business, people will stop depositing money into their exchange almost immediately, and you just got to make sure you're not using that same exchange as the oracle, and you do end up having some of this censorship resistance too. At least is how I've been thinking about it. Of course, that requires like a large amount of buy-in from the existing exchanges, which are pretty vehemently against adopting any sort of Bitcoin tooling, it seems. But maybe someday.
Another model would be sort of a broker model where, there's one Bob and lots of Alices. And so everyone's like, yeah, that's Bob. Like everyone connects to this one broker, and they're sort of a party to every trade. And Bob doesn't necessarily have to take a position. They can say, well, Alice over here wants to go short Bitcoin, and Alice over here wants to go long Bitcoin, so I sort of net that out.
Well, and I think that's very similar to the atomic finance model, if I'm not mistaken. Tony, do you want to speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, so basically like, how for us, how it works is like basically we do our matching like through an IRC channel, kind of similar to Lightning Pool and stuff like that, or joint markets, right? Basically like kind of just like, users are coming on board on the app. It's very seamless on the front end for them. Just tap a button, but in the back end, what's happening is like, generating an offer message on the IRC channel, and then kind of like matching that up with a market maker on the other side. So it's kind of like very simple, stuff like that. I think like remains to be seen kind of like what, longer term, what the matching stuff will look like, and if we standardize on one thing and stuff like that. But, that's, I guess, an open question once again.
Yeah. Another thing that I think is like really interesting about DLCs is like, we've already talked about contract privacy. So somebody that's a third party can't see what you're betting on without having Alice or Bob reveal that information to them. Another interesting component of DLCs, I think, that's kind of underrated is how it's a dual-funded protocol. It requires Alice and Bob to put in some of their own Bitcoin. And Ben, do you want to speak to just kind of how that can have a privacy impact at the blockchain level?
Yeah. So like today, like when chain analysis companies like try to figure out like what this transaction is, they generally give the assumption that all the inputs in the transaction belong to the same person. So, but with DLCs, you're going to have you and your counterparty's inputs in there. So you're going to break that heuristic, and if they don't know this is DLC, then they might accidentally link your two wallets together, and now you guys screwed a chain analysis. So good job. And it's really nice, and it's great too because it just goes we're just sending Bitcoin to a multisig and then out. So this is the exact same on-chain footprint as like a dual-funded Lightning channel. And so you get this really nice privacy where it doesn't even look like a DLC always. It could just be like, and then once we have Taproot as well, it just looks like a normal payment. So it has like really nice benefits there.
Yeah, I mean, and I think any time you can obscure that transaction graph, it again makes the analysis companies' jobs harder, and that should be any sort of dual-funded protocol has that property, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And so we should all be encouraging dual-funded Lightning channels, things like DLCs, especially if you're a privacy advocate and like really deeply care about that stuff. So you make the heuristics that these companies use a little bit harder to analyze where coins are going and why they're going there. But Ben, you also brought up Taproot, the new upgrade to the Bitcoin network that got shipped in November of 2021 or something like that. Could you speak to how DLCs might evolve, or maybe Taj, you want to chime in there too, of how DLCs can evolve in a Taproot world? Maybe start with Taj.
Sure, yeah, Taproot, I mean, I can say Taproot, but then there's also a bunch of other changes people have been talking about, especially in the last couple months on like mailing lists, where Taproot can help a bit with privacy, and also the fact that Taproot can sort of build these trees of potential spending paths in a single output script will let you, have some more on-chain efficiency as well. But there's also other things that we've been looking at that aren't something that Bitcoin supports now. And it's like, hey, if you had something like SigHash any prevout, which is something that people have been looking at for years, and like, hey, you could do different Lightning Network style stuff like L2 with this. You could also make DLCs more transferable. So you could sort of pre-sign transfer. One of the issues with DLCs is once you're in a contract, if your counterparty's gone, you're stuck in that contract, right, until it expires. But if you had some other different opcodes as well, you could have it so that you could transfer it to someone else without your counterparty being online, because basically your counterparty pre-signs off on any transfer. Also with CTV, there's ways to increase the efficiency as well. And then there's also Louis Fournier's post a few months ago about like changing the signature thing completely, and I was like, wow, that's really, really cool, because I don't really know what we do with it. It doesn't actually make it that much smaller, but it just seems like a very powerful step towards something else. So there's definitely lots of tools that aren't out yet, but we're looking at and may someday in the future come into Bitcoin that would allow even more powerful discrete log contract type of things.
I mean, I think one of the big things is Schnorr signatures included in the Taproot upgrade too. And Ben, do you want to speak to how Schnorr changes DLCs on chain and maybe off chain as well?
Yeah, like the beauty of like Schnorr is it lets you do additive things, and so today when you're doing like a multi-sig on chain, it's very obvious. You like 2 of 2 multi-sig, everyone can see it. With Taproot, you can completely hide that, and you just do like your multi-sig off-chain with these signatures. So today, like when you do a DLC, you're funding this 2 of 2 multi-sig, so everyone sees that like, oh, this is obviously the DLC output, and these are the 2 change outputs. With Taproot, they'd all look like the exact same address, and so you couldn't tell what's going on. And when you close it as well, it's just going to look like a normal spend, not a multi-sig spend. So it gives you this really nice privacy of hiding exactly what's going on, because now like your DLC is going to look the exact same as just a normal like spend from your Blue Wallet or something. So you can't really tell anymore what's going on, and it's going to really hurt these like chain analysis companies that are trying to figure out like they'll see like a 2 of 2 multi-sig, they're like, okay, this is a special transaction, we can tag this, like maybe this doesn't follow the common input heuristic. But now if they all look the same, they can't do that. They're like, oh, this is just a transaction, we got to figure it out.
Yeah, to Taj's point, about CTV, I think super exciting stuff potentially for DLCs. Just from a UI UX perspective, right now maybe it takes for a typical options contract in DLCs takes like have to sit around for about 60 seconds to generate all the signatures and all that kind of stuff. We try to make it fun on the app, but it's who has time to wait 60 seconds, right? So if that comes into play. If CTV comes on board, then we can shorten that time dramatically to say like a couple seconds or something like that, right? Which would be amazing from a UI UX perspective and just make things simpler moving forward.
And that's a really good point. And maybe Taj, do you want to speak to why is there such a huge computational load that comes with DLCs?
Yeah. So the basic thing of how DLCs work, which is kind of dumb, is you pre-compute every single possible thing that can happen. So if it's who wins the Super Bowl, well that's just one or the other. But if it's what's the score of the Super Bowl, well there could be thousands of different possible scores, and what's the price of Bitcoin? Well, how much do you round it to? So there's potentially many thousands of possible outcomes, and instead of having the blockchain figure out what happens, the idea is we figure out every possible thing that can happen, store it between Alice and Bob, and then only one thing goes on the blockchain. So there's this trade-off of how much the Alice and Bob are doing work, how much the sort of end users are storing and doing work, versus how much the blockchain stores. And one of the things I sort of ask, and it's kind of philosophical, if you can save 1 byte on the blockchain, how many bytes would you be willing to store on your local computer? Like a kilobyte, a megabyte, a gigabyte, right? Because it's hard to, there's no right answer, right? But data on the blockchain is it feels heavy. It's like, man, I'm putting something on the blockchain. This thing's going to be around for maybe longer than I am, and everyone's going to have to validate it and download it and store it. And I want to really minimize that. And so the trade-off with DLC is, it's 1,000 to 1, whatever. You're having a constant size on-chain transaction and potentially quite large amount of data between the two parties that never sees the chain. And so I generally think that's good, but there are trade-offs, right? Maybe it's too slow, and hey, if we can just put another 20 or 30 bytes on chain, we can take this 60 seconds down to 1 second. That could be useful, And there's a market like fees and stuff. So that's sort of one of the big trade-offs we're looking at, and that OpsCTV could give different knobs to change as well there.
Yeah, I just realized you've made 2 protocols now that have these infinite growing, well, no, I guess DLCs, it's not infinite growing storage requirements, but Lightning, until you close your channel, I guess you got to keep adding to the database there.
Right, but it doesn't, but only one thing goes, they're very simple, the DLC definitely came out of the research and the work on Lightning Network. And they the scripts are the same, or were, and, so they're very similar in that you want to put as much data as you can off-chain. And sometimes that means you actually have scaling issues on your single computer. But to me, a scaling issue on your computer is better than a scaling issue for the whole entire network.
Yeah, and I think that's such a, maybe you're the originator of this kind of philosophical design point that I also hold of just keep as much off the blockchain as possible. It's better for scalability of the blockchain. It's better for privacy of the participants of the the contract in question on the blockchain. And consumer hardware does keep getting better and better, although we keep doing more intricate things with that consumer hardware. Does anyone else have an opinion on on-chain stuff versus off-chain stuff?
I think a funny thing to bring up is when we were developing the DLC wallet at SharedBits, when we first started out, it was highly unoptimized, and we tried to do a 3 of 5 Oracle bet on the Bitcoin price. It had 1 million outcomes or something, and me and Chris, we click go, and both our computers crash, and we text each other did you die too? Yeah, so it is a hard problem to solve, and we edited a lot of optimizations and stuff. Now we're able to do it in a couple seconds, but we have high-end developer laptops. Atomic Finance is on your iPhone, so it's it doesn't have this insane chip in memory that you can do it all, and it does blow up a lot of data. I know a couple of them we did where we didn't put in rounding, and we'd have 80 megabyte databases for one contract that we're just testing with, and it wouldn't the networking would screw up sometimes, and it's just a hard problem. So it is a nice thing that if we do get CTV, is a huge thing, because instead of you negotiate all these transactions, all you do is just basically both produce the same address, and if you both get the same result, you're cool, and you send to it, and now your DLC set up. So it saves a lot of that bandwidth, which is really nice, especially for places that if you're doing over Tor, where it's very slow, and stuff like that. Or if you're just somewhere in like if you're in like Nigeria or something and don't have 5G internet, like it's a big benefit.
Yeah, and just another plug in there. It's like we ship our SureBits wallet on the Raspberry Pis on Umbrel, and that's like again where there's a lot of sensitivity to performance because on low resource devices, which I think most Bitcoin applications strive to be deployed on, the signature computation does become sometimes prohibitive for certain types of contracts that people want to use. My understanding of moving to Taproot and Schnorr is that computation does get quicker, which is another benefit of moving to Schnorr, but we're not quite there in the DLC specification. We're waiting on us getting Taproot rolled out and deployed in the ecosystem before we can take advantage of that.
And the like Fournier, changing the signature, the Oracle signature to, we need a term for it, but not a signature at all, where it's basically I plus KX. That would probably be 1,000 times faster for the end users, or something on the order of 1,000, like point multiplication versus addition, 1,000-ish times faster. So that would be a huge improvement. And it's still not 100% sure it's secure because it's just like a post on a mailing list, and you're like, that works, I think, okay. So there's still enormous amounts of things to improve and research in this space, which is really exciting.
Another, I guess, going back to the Oracle questions, something that we've been talking about a lot lately is Oracle's attesting to something that's globally known, such as the Super Bowl or what the weather is outside or what the price of Bitcoin is on an exchange. There is globally knowable answers to that versus attesting to something that maybe isn't globally known but can be used to give a better user experience, like maybe how much money specifically Alice and Bob receive in a very specific trade rather than attesting to what the Bitcoin price is. Does anybody have any thoughts there on if that warps Oracle incentives at all, or any ideas on that?
And it kind of talks like you're thinking of doing escrow with DLCs, and I think that is a nice use case where instead of having the escrow be part of your transaction, a 2 of 3 multisig, they're not just an Oracle and they don't know your transaction, so you get some privacy. It probably helps them with regulations and stuff. But it is kind of weird because if they lie, you'd be like, look, they lied. It'd be you can't really totally prove it because it's not a public event of did the package come to my house or not. So it kind of skews the incentives, but I still think it's a good use case. DLCs have real nice benefits over bringing third parties into your transactions. So I think it's a great way to do it still.
And another a conversation I had in the last month or two was with a guy that runs a pretty big Bitcoin company, and how DLCs could be used for reoccurring subscriptions too, where you roll the subscription over every month, and the Oracle pulls the money almost like you're drawing down a Bitcoin address like a bank account, and you can cancel the subscription at any time by double spending the transaction. The feedback that I've got from that idea on the mailing list is use nlock time, and I think that's a fair rebuttal. I still think there's some non-interactivity benefits maybe, but does anyone have any thoughts on just kind of out-of-the-box Oracle ideas that don't necessarily tie directly to betting applications necessarily? Or can we take this Oracle specification even further in the DLC ecosystem to enable more use cases on Bitcoin and have Bitcoin and Oracles take over everything?
It's a pretty general protocol, but it does seem like, ideally, if this is a public thing and the Oracles can't really lie that easily because, and they don't know who's using the data. Because if you're sort of saying, hey, this is between Alice and Bob, you need to check whether I got my groceries delivered, the Oracle already knows who's going to use this data. And so you've sort of lost a lot of that privacy. So, it doesn't help as much there, but it could be used in these things. And there are companies asking, but it's sort of sometimes you lose a little bit of the purpose of it, but a lot of times you still, if the software is there, people will probably use it for that as well.
Yeah. I think we're pretty much out of time, guys. Thank you for coming out. If we're doing DLC demos again at 2:30 at the Expo Hall, far left back corner by the big moon, we're giving away these shirts if you manage to get through a DLC setup. So if you want some SureBits swag with company on the front, the math on the back, come check us out. And otherwise, thanks for being a great audience.
What is up, guys? We are here to talk about Bitcoin nodes. We got some of the guys behind some of the best node projects in the space up here to discuss it with us. By a show of hands, who uses their own Bitcoin node? Awesome, the whole room. So I mean, this is also getting recorded and broadcast out to lots and lots of people. So I think a good place to start is just to interact with the Bitcoin network. You need to use a Bitcoin node. If you don't use your own node, you're using someone else's node. If you're using someone else's node, you're trusting them with your privacy and validation of the rules of the network. Commonly, when you're using someone else's node, it's like if you use Ledger Live, you're using Ledger's node. It's oftentimes a company. Or a mobile wallet. If you're using Blue Wallet, you're using Blue Wallet's node. So with all that said, let's get into this discussion. We have S2 here from Ronin Dojo. We have Keagan here from Start9. We have Jonas here from Nix Bitcoin. And we have Rootzoll here from Raspberry Blitz. You might recognize Rootzoll because he's been running the workshop table outside. Before I forget, we will be auctioning off 3 Raspberry Blitzes at the end of tomorrow at 3 p.m. with 50% of funds going to Raspberry Blitz development and 50% going to greater open source development through OpenSats. So guys, where do we start? So I guess let's start with Rootzoll. Rootzoll, when you're thinking about the Raspberry Blitz project, what are like the priorities that you're thinking about in terms of what to deliver users and how to go about that?
So for the Raspberry Blitz, I think the main focus is to be this more community-driven kind of node. So because we see it on the GitHub, so we have a lot of forks, we have a lot of stars, people really participating. So and this is, I think, something for Raspberry Blitz to be really this open platform. If people want to tinker, if people want to develop, that's definitely something we want to be open for. Because this whole project started from the Lightning Hack days we did back in the days in Berlin, like they were on the Raspberry Bolt, and then it developed out into the Raspberry Blitz. And so we want to keep this spirit going. That's kind of, I think, our main focus.
Awesome. So I mean, Keagan, you guys have a very different approach there with Start9. How do you think about that?
Yeah, the central thing that we're trying to accomplish is that we've kind of identified that Bitcoin as a project will not succeed and retain the properties that it was designed for, namely, censorship resistance, seizure resistance, inflation resistance, if the number of properly used nodes is comparatively small to the number of people who use Bitcoin. So we are trying to expand the number of users of Bitcoin in the proper way, so to speak, to the largest set that we can reasonably do. And that means that we have to do a tremendous amount of work on the user experience side. So we do a little bit less catering towards the tinkerers. Not that those people are tremendously important to the community, and not one size of product fits all, but if everyone isn't really running their own node, but they're still using Bitcoin, Bitcoin is at risk of various forms of capture. And so it's very important that as many people are running it as possible. And so UX is kind of always at the top. Now, that does mean removing certain decisions from the point of view of the user, but we try very, very hard to make a distinction between choices users have to make because they have to just, use a computer, versus choices they have to make that materially affect the way that they actually use Bitcoin. And so we try to give as many of those decisions back to the user as possible, because after all, if we're making decisions for how people are using Bitcoin, in some sense, we might be capturing their ability. We don't want to do that either. So it's this delicate trade-off between trying to make it as streamlined as possible, but still affording the user decisions to be able to use Bitcoin in a sovereign way.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think it's pretty cool that we do have 4 of the major node projects up here, and you guys have you all take completely different trade-off balances. I feel like. So Jonas, when you're talking about Nix Bitcoin, how do you relate to what these 2 guys just said?
Yeah, I would say we're yet on another end of the spectrum because we mostly cater towards tinkering. Our main emphasis is security, privacy, and customizability. the trade-off for doing that is that Nix Bitcoin has kind of a steep learning curve and doesn't have a graphical user interface, for example, for most of the things that it does. But I call this is the most low time preference node choice, because in the beginning you need to invest a lot of time. It depends on how you use it, but you need to invest some time to get up to speed with it. But then you will reap the results, which I really think are a superior privacy and security on the system.
Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a steep learning curve there, but you guys are definitely a unique project in the space. It's definitely really appreciated how much focus there is on security and reproducibility. So, I mean, S2, you're kind of, I feel like you're kind of in the middle. So Raspberry Blitz, I guess actually Raspberry Blitz is doing a similar thing. So Start9, the main users of Start9 are actually buying devices directly from you, Keagan, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We sell like an integrated product. Again, it's about streamlining the entire process, and there are people who are going to have Raspberry Pis that they can repurpose and install software to, and that's perfectly fine. But there's like an entire category of users that don't even want to do that. And in my mind, like if we have 100 million Bitcoin users today, like not even all of those use have their own keys, which is itself a problem, not one that we're directly setting out to solve at the moment. But then there's another category of users that may have their own keys but don't use their own nodes, and we're really just trying to say like, how can we make it such that we have as few people who are using Bitcoin at an arm's length distance as possible? Right. How can we close the gap between people who are using Bitcoin as a unit of account, so to speak, all the way to using Bitcoin in its intended design with the properties that make Bitcoin special.
But would you say like 90% or something of Embassy users are using the pre-built, or?
Yeah, I'd say most of them. We don't really have a way to track those metrics, right, because anybody who builds from, we don't build any sort of analytics data for privacy and
I'm just saying like gut, reasons. Right? Like the.
Yeah, I mean, my gut instinct is, the vast majority of them are purchasing it.
Because the reason I'm going into that is, so like with S2, with Ronin Dojo was primarily a build your own project, open source project.
Yeah.
With no layer monetization, and recently you started selling pre-builts.
Right. We kind of saw both ends, that people want to maybe customize and build their own node, or they want the convenience. So we want to kind of offer all of it.
But you want to talk a little bit about Ronin Dojo is a free open source project.
Yep.
But you want to be sustainable. You don't want to be dependent on donations. Right?
Yeah. I mean, how do you give software away for free and keep a roof over your head, right?
Right.
And so we build products and services around it. Essentially we have a focus on transactional privacy. So the node comes standard with Whirlpool. So you can't be tracked as easily on chain. We really care about that. But we want people to be able to either buy a Raspberry Pi and build one, whether they want to use the command line interface, or if they want to buy a pre-built node and just have it be plug and play. We know that there's people who are hungry across this spectrum of nodes and node offerings. Yep.
I think the support feature is pretty cool. You want to go into that a little bit, or?
Yeah, we have a premium support model, so we'll walk people through if people need to know how to manage their UTXOs or use Bitcoin privately, and they don't want to be tracked or surveilled. We're happy to provide premium support, and that's just another service we can build around the product so that we can monetize and continue to give the software away for free.
Rootzoll, how do you feel about monetization? I mean, because you guys sell pre-builts too. Does that go to directly fund development? Is it a similar strategy, or is it?
Yeah, basically that's the one way how we can refinance a little bit like the cost for development, and it's also a nice way for people to support the project. Like, okay, I buy a pre-built node at the shop. It's a good way to kind of support the whole kind of development.
Awesome. So I mean, this question is not necessarily directed at anyone specifically. I guess, I mean, since I have all four of you on stage, do any of you have any concerns about, maybe one node project becoming the predominant node project, and how do you think about that? I mean, whoever wants to jump in here.
I think the more easy it is to migrate between them, the less important that it is that it's like that there isn't a dominant one at any given time, right? Like what you don't want is this situation where there's a dominant node product and they lock you in super hard to their ecosystem, because that is a means of exerting control that very similar to the way that we see in like Web 2, so to speak, or like the big walled gardens of the giant internet companies. But in the absence of that heavy lock-in, which Bitcoin itself is pretty good at doing, the entire BIP and Lightning standards process makes it significantly easier to migrate between things, which means that at any given time, if there is a dominant implementation, it's not like they have this sort of like stronghold that can't be breached. So they're kept honest by the fact that users can migrate.
I mean,
there's so many different applications to what people want. There's a big spectrum of nodes. Some people might want certain services. It's hard to encompass everything in one project. There's always going to be people who are interested in like very hardcore security, or they want transactional privacy, or there's a lot of different applications you can host, and it's hard to pack it all onto one device and to cover the entire spectrum.
And then, so with on-chain Bitcoin, with the regular Bitcoin node that you're using with on-chain, it's pretty easy to move around and change which software you're running and which nodes you want to run. But a lot of people now, like one of the main reasons they use who here runs a Lightning node, uses a Lightning node? Okay, so all of these people, there's a degree of lock-in with Lightning channels, right? Like, how do you guys think there should be like some kind of standardization in terms of like porting those that Lightning database without like corrupting your state and getting the penalized transaction and losing funds? Should that be a priority in this space, like for easy migration in that regard? Because I would say that's probably the #1 lock-in, especially if we like enter like a sustained high fee environment, and next thing you know, like fees are 120 sats per byte or something. It would be very expensive to close channels and then reopen somewhere else. So I feel like it makes it like kind of resistant. Jonas, do you have an opinion on this?
I think this is a good point. In the Nix Bitcoin case, it is definitely possible to do all this migration, but it's a very manual process that can also go wrong in horrible ways. Right. Because it's Lightning, and Lightning is very stateful. And yeah, you know the problems with this. So I think this is one of the things that are part of the migration, but they are of course also other things, I would think, like all the interfaces. How have you set up your node in terms of options, right? Every node project has a different interface, and all of this, I don't really think this is portable, really, like something you could easily do in 5 minutes, because this would having a standard on this would just hold back innovation in this space.
Because I think it's a lost cause.
I think this part seems to be a lost cause to me, at least.
I think there's two questions here that you're asking. There's the migratability between the node projects, and then there's actually the migratability between different Lightning implementations.
Yeah, that's even.
If you want to move from LND on the embassy to LND on Ronin Dojo, or to LND on Raspberry Blitz or Nix Bitcoin, you're not really having to do any serious Lightning channel migrations, because the data format is ultimately the same. It's really, can we shuffle data from point A to point B? And like, you probably don't need a standards process for that. You just need to have relatively stable locations that these things need to be in.
And never turn on the old node again.
Right, and so yeah, like Lightning itself has its own problems with respect to how stable it is in the presence of multiple nodes. But even like just cloning your hard drive and trying to set up a second one is gonna run you into that problem as well. And then there's the second question that you're asking, which is migrations between different Lightning implementations. So LND, C Lightning, Eclair, anything else that pops up.
LDK, yeah.
And that one, I'd like to see a lot more standardization, but the various teams that are working on that may or may not have the incentive to do so. And similarly to the various node projects, it's not necessarily the case that any of us will have the direct incentive, other than maybe sort of any goodwill that we have towards supporting the ethos of the movement. But it's also it's very tricky with Lightning because so many things can go wrong, because of the very delicate game theory and punishment schemes that keep the Lightning incentives honest, and the sort of very few tools that we used to make that happen, which is why we have Lightning at all right now. Because of that delicacy, it is difficult to make it such that people can't screw it up.
Right.
And as a result, I think a lot of the node implementations, and when I say node, I mean like LNDC, Lightning, et cetera, haven't really given it a lot of effort because there's a lot of ways to screw it up. People shouldn't be doing it anyway, so why commit effort to it? But I think the longer that we see it, like in 120 sats per byte environment, sustained for years, which we can expect, I think, if we're going to be trying to onboard millions of users over the next few years. In that sort of a situation, we may not have another choice. And so whether that's people who step up from the community to figure out how to do this, whether it's the implementations themselves that put effort into it, like we have a certain amount of incentive to write migrations from others, from other node implementations to us, and so correspondingly, other implementations might have an incentive to write migrations from our stuff to theirs.
Right.
And so, like, I think we'll see it materialize on a need basis, but it's one of those things that necessity is the mother of invention here.
Right. Rootzoll, I mean, I think you guys actually had, there was a migration tool or a migration setup with Umbrel. Was that,
yeah,
am I correct?
Have migration. So if you run an Umbrel, a Citadel, or a MyNode, you can basically migrate to Raspberry Blitz. It will only take your kind of blockchain and the LND funds and channels. If you use any other apps on those node projects, this data will not get.
And that's LND to LND, right? You're not.
Yeah, it's LND to LND.
You're not crossing
the good thing is
core Lightning.
The Raspberry Blitz itself has also C Lightning, so you have both there. So the other kind of all have just LND, so that's easy to kind of get over because.
And another thing is, just even migrating the main chain data, not just having to do the IBD again and download 450 gigs of blockchain.
Right.
It's great to be able to switch between nodes and just, you already have your blockchain data. And yeah, I think we all have an incentive to help the users switch between easily.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, out of all 4 node projects here, Start9 is the only one that offers users the ability to run non-Bitcoin apps on the node. And like jumping off of what Rootzoll was mentioning about obviously not being able to migrate from apps that don't exist on Raspberry Blitz, how do you think about that in terms of both lock-in or like a soft lock-in where they already have their files set up, they already have, maybe they're using your self-hosted photo sharing, and then also having that as their main Bitcoin node. Like, is that a concern? Or I guess they could just move to just a new Bitcoin node and keep the Start9 for everything else? I'm just answering my own question.
There is absolutely nothing that stops people from using multiple versions of these sorts of things to manage different parts of their digital lives. Our mission is a little bit more broad than Bitcoin in general. I think we see a lot of these freedom infringements in other parts of our lives. I think the one that might resonate with a lot of the people in this room is like Twitter banning people who happen to be having the incorrect view of the day, which may shift by the day. And so you might have like competing projects like Mastodon, which have been around for a while, but they just haven't experienced wide deployments because we have not put the effort into having a peer-to-peer deployment that is made easy for people. And so we want to be able to bring that to as many aspects of people's digital lives as possible, and Bitcoin is one section of it. But there's absolutely nothing that stops someone from like running 2 different node implementations, and the Start9 Embassy one being for their non-Bitcoin stuff, and their whatever other implementation that they're using for their Bitcoin stuff.
Right.
So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like soft lock-in on a like cross-app basis.
Right.
You might have some soft lock-in in the sense that if you are running an app that one of the other implementations doesn't have, then that is a lock-in of sorts. But we generally take the position that any application that is on our on our node has to be open source, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be FOSS, but it needs to have the source absolutely available. And that is what helps people be able to actually break those lock-ins, right? It's because they know the data formats. They can be like, okay, let me go scrape this out and move it over.
Would you even frame Start9 as a Bitcoin node, or is it's like a self-hosting everything with Bitcoin?
It's a personal private server, and we named it the embassy not on a whim. We kind of think about it as sovereign territory in foreign land, right? Where the internet is just kind of like Wild West, and this is kind of like your castle, your embassy, your location that you have sovereign control over, even though sort of outside of the walls it may not be as safe.
Right. So I mean, part of the reason why this idea of lock-in with nodes, I think most of you would agree with me, is a concern that maybe one of the node projects becomes malicious or non-aligned with users, or starts releasing, like the fork wars we had, right? Where they maybe, we didn't have these node projects at the time. Most people were just running Bitcoin Core on their computer themselves. If one of the major node implementations was pro SegWit 2x and they sent out an update to everybody and switched them towards that, that could obviously become a major issue. But at the same time, because of Lightning, so there was this ethos in Bitcoin that it was like, don't update right away. First of all, no auto updates, period, because if you have auto updates, someone can issue you an auto update, and that auto update could be malicious.
Yeah, like to briefly add on to that, if you self-host your stuff, but the operating systems or the apps have the ability to force updates on you, your self-hosting isn't doing a lot for you. Because self-hosting is supposed to afford you a sense of control, and forced updates undermine that.
Right, it's an attack vector. It's a centralized attack vector. So then, but at the, and there was this, the ethos went farther than that. It was like, and I still think it's that way today, at least on base chain, which is, there's no rush to update. You can be a couple versions behind. In a lot of ways, that could be more prudent while reviews happening on new nodes or new node versions. Or at least, maybe have some people that are still running older versions. People run really old versions of Bitcoin and it's still backwards compatible. But then on the Lightning side, there's situations where it's like, if you don't update right now, there's major fund loss risk. Like I remember I was here in Miami for the HRF event, and I was on stage, and I got off stage, and Stefan came up to me and he was like, I think it was 2 Lightning implementations. I don't remember. Definitely LND was one of them because I was running LND, and it was like, update immediately, attack in the wild, you can lose funds right now. And I was on stage, and my node wasn't accessible to me. And just for like a week, I just obviously didn't update because I couldn't, and then I got home and didn't lose any money, so it worked out. But is there an argument to be made that on the Lightning side, because it's so new, that there should be auto updates? Like, how do you guys think about it? Like, Jonas, what do you think about that?
Nah, auto updates are not a good thing. Of course, for beta software, perhaps like Lightning, or experimental in some sense, you need to use frequent updates. You need to take care of your funds, of course. Running a node isn't easy today. It will take some time until it will be easy. And one of the parts that make it hard is that you need to keep up to date with updating your software as well. And back to the Bitcoin code, even in that case, I wouldn't be so sure whether it makes sense to run old Bitcoin versions, because you never know if a new Bitcoin version has some kind of hidden bug fix. So one of the things that some people do, for example, is to have like 2 Bitcoin nodes that are connected to each other, and you have one of them facing the outer world that is an updated node, updated to the most recent version, and then you have another node that is just connected to this gateway node and running an older version. And this is, for example, something that you could do with Nix Bitcoin.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's like built in that way intentionally, or is it just users can do that?
It's just built, customized enough so that you could build that.
Got it.
As long as the user has a choice, I think it's that's really important. And also, if you're in beta or Lightning and doing experimental things, you should put proper warnings and let people know that don't put more on there than you're willing to lose.
But isn't that kind of bullshit warning?
It is, but if you're in beta, you need to do your users justice and let them know and properly educate them that they need to pay attention to every update and be aware.
Fair enough.
And this is, anytime you're developing something like this, you go through long periods of, the users need to be aware of all these changes that are being made.
Rootzoll, how do you feel about this?
I think the question is always of centralization, right? Because this is one point the update is coming from. So if you can put in another service provider that makes a build for you, somebody, a group that you trust, something like this, there could be something a little bit more easy for the user. Maybe pushing hard into your node is always critical. This is why Raspberry Blitz always has to make a new SD card, and it goes through the update, basically. But I think when you go into this convenient thing, because in the end, that's what a lot of users want, is the easy update, then you at least have to think about making it possible that you can choose your source of updating, and you can choose your kind of trust group, and you're not everything is targeted to this one company.
So you have like multiple update sources? It's like a toggle or something?
Yeah, not exactly. We have to see what system, but basically just you can choose like, I always get my build image from there or something. So yeah, so that you really can have not this one company that can just do this.
Yeah, I mean, like in the newest copy of Embassy OS in the 0.3.0, we actually did introduce preliminary support for alternate marketplaces for precisely this reason, which is that we are aware there's a certain amount of trade-offs that we have to make and like certain amount of like imperfection we have to accept in the short term, which is that we're providing most, if not every update that people are going to be absorbing. But we're like intimately aware of the fact that like we could be co-opted either through just like leadership changes or various unfriendly organizations that can put us under duress. Like we're aware that can put our users at risk. And so like I think having this sort of multi-sourced package model, similar to the way that like app on Ubuntu works, or the way that like Linux package management works, but kind of like dressed up in a way that can give better intuition to users about like what it actually is. Because like, people have experiences of buying the same product from different stores, right? And so to the degree that can be conveyed, I think users can actually take responsibility for those sorts of things.
Right. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool if you, just like thinking out loud, if there was like a new Bitcoin Core version comes out, new Bitcoin D comes out, and you have like 3 different sources that you pulled from, and you can tell that all the hashes are the same, like they're the same file for all 3, just at the bare minimum. But like I feel like there's we want as many people to use their own node as possible, right? We want it to be as accessible as possible. But it does go up against this idea that you have personal responsibility will never be the easiest one. And like even without, I know I'm sticking on this auto update thing, but even without auto updates, like Umbrel pops up like update and they just press the button, right? Like it's still manual at least. That's still a benefit, but is there a concern? Do you guys have a concern? And I mean, I'll direct this to Jonas because, I mean, I think your users are more experienced, but do you have a concern with users of these more convenient node packages that they kind of just like blindly follow, that they're not necessarily educated users in that regard? Is that a real concern?
I think that's a concern, but that's very hard to prevent, I suppose, because not everyone can read the code and see what happens in between. You need some kind of oracles that will tell you whether this is good code or not. In the end, you need to trust someone. No one of us reads all the code that they're running. So this problem will never go away. You can, I think, reduce some of the attack vectors that are there. If you, for example, have your releases signed by multiple people or even built by multiple people, like Bitcoin Core does, for example. And this already reduces the attack surface quite a bit, but you will never get rid of this problem entirely.
Yeah, the price of freedom is personal responsibility. I think our job as the implementations is to provide users ever increasing leverage on the knowledge that they have, right? So they still have to be the one in the driver's seat. They still have to be the one making decisions. But there are a lot of bullshit decisions when you're trying to set up nodes, right? There's things that don't really matter to your ability to work on it. And to the degree that we can eliminate those and make it such that the only decisions they have to make are the ones that materially affect their outcome and what kind of software they're running, like that at least reduces the cognitive load enough that they can actually take an active role in that process. And like that is an ever improving thing. It's not like any of us has like the holy grail of that today. But I think that's the ultimate mission of like everybody sitting on this panel right now is like, can we provide higher leverage to users?
I think that's really well put. I mean, because everything will always have trade-offs. So you can eliminate trade-offs. It's just different trade-off balances that you come to terms with.
And every once in a while, you can push the frontier further, right? It's like not every trade-off is like neutral with respect to value.
Right.
But like, you know, you want to give them the entire trade-off curve if you can, and then, you know, when you can get these sort of free wins and push that frontier forward, just you fucking do it.
So, I mean, we still have a little bit of time left. I'm curious. I mean, you guys are just heads down, really focused on this. I guess I'll start with Rootzoll. Like Rootzoll, when you think about the evolving node space, because I feel like if you're a relatively new Bitcoin user, you might be under this impression that there's always been all of these independent node teams trying to take different trade-off balances and make using your own node more convenient. But it's a relatively recent phenomenon. It's like the last 3 years it's really blossomed. And for this panel, I tried to get as many of the node teams as possible. And when you start to think about it, it's like maybe there's like 7 or 8 like major ones. But fortunately, we got these four legends over here. So Rootzoll, when you think about like this evolving node space, what do you like? What's your biggest concern? Like, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah. So you can see we have this one very dominant node distribution out there, and that would not be that would not be the problem if it would be in free and open source, because then if it comes to dominant and people don't like it, they can always fork off, and then you can have multiple competing projects and you choose which one you go. So a little bit this is a concern, but just a concern when it comes to how to say. As long as migration is there, I can sleep good. So that's fine. It's good for onboarding. I think it's perfect. A thing to have the solutions out there. So. Yeah.
Jonas, what's your biggest concern?
I don't think I have very big concerns in the node space right now. It's cool that people run nodes. It's cool that people run a lot of nodes. More people should run nodes, run their own nodes, run their own software, use more CoinJoin, use more Lightning, etc. And these node projects help doing that, which is much better than not doing any of those things. So I think I'm rather happy and I'm looking forward to the future than the opposite.
I love it. Jonas isn't concerned now. Now I feel better about it. Keagan, biggest concern?
See, I am concerned, but it's my job to be concerned. The thing that keeps me up is really whether or not we can make our product easy enough to use to onboard the next people. Because here's the thing, with a dollar collapse happening, whether it's in slow or fast motion, like people are going to be looking for alternatives. And if people jump to Bitcoin and Bitcoin doesn't have a beefy enough infrastructure in terms of decentralization, then Bitcoin's own properties are kind of at risk. And so more people running nodes and not just running nodes, but like running them in a self-sovereign way where they're really exercising their own agency is like paramount to the survival of Bitcoin. And if we don't find a way to make it easy enough, or if we find, or in the effort to make it easy enough, we rob users of too many important choices, then like this whole movement doesn't really work the way it's supposed to. So like every day when I wake up, I'm like, okay, what is too hard? And how can we make it easier that doesn't like fundamentally remove the user from the driver's seat?
Guys, too, biggest concern.
I mean, I would basically bounce off of that. I'm just concerned that convenience, there's going to be too many sacrifices made. And while we want it to be easy and abstract things away, we also want to make sure that users are properly educated and know that the choices that they're making have certain consequences. And so I think education is very important. There's not enough good Node education out there. There needs to be a lot more videos, guides. It needs to be made easier, but people still need to understand the basics of how this stuff functions. So I think education definitely needs to increase, and we don't, like he was saying, we got to be careful of the sacrifices that we make in the name of convenience.
So all of your projects, essentially in practice, what you're looking at is having a little server, a little computer running at home or your office, and that you're oftentimes connecting back to, like if you use it on a phone, you're connecting back to it. A lot of projects are using Tor to do that. But you have this central server, essentially, that you're running in a physical location that you control. Now, everyone has a phone in their pocket. Like the next thing that everyone always says is, nodes running on the phone, nodes on the phone. Now, is that the future, or is that a pipe dream?
Full nodes?
Yeah,
So,
you're using your own Bitcoin node on your phone, right? It's just baked into the phone. Is that actually a thing that we could look forward to in 5 to 10 years, or is that a pipe dream?
Yeah, I think I really like this idea because, as you can see, Raspberry Pis are very hard to get and not very affordable for a lot of people. And if you look at countries that operate on low income, a used smartphone is very easy to get because everybody has it. And if you can turn this one into a full node, I think this basic, and you have the automatic battery in there, so it's already a little bit more secured. So I think really, basically, it's a good device. I'm not exactly sure who's working on this. So there was a friend of mine at a hack day that was kind of looking into this, but decided at that point, nah, it doesn't make sense here. But I think we might come more and more closer into the area where this gets feasible. I mean, with a big SD card, I don't know. Still, some years maybe, but I think it would be great to have this in the future.
Jonas, you gave me the pipe dream look. Do you think it's a pipe dream?
No.
No? You think that's the future?
I'm not sure if it's the future. So in Next Bitcoin, we're also thinking a lot about Bitcoin infrastructure, not just having single nodes, because a single node, if it goes down, if it explodes, you've lost your funds. And in the Bitcoin on-chain case, you might have a backup, but in the Lightning case, you're SOL. So we're thinking about deploying more things at once, a backup server, and perhaps a gateway node that has a VPN such that you can easily connect to your node at home, that has monitoring. So even if your node at home goes down, you will be able to notice, and which is also important in the Lightning case. So I guess there are just so many ways for how to use nodes, but it's for the phone future for Bitcoin nodes, I think is still an interesting way to look at.
I think phones for layer 1 type stuff is significantly more viable than it is for layer 2. And the reason for that is that when you go offline for significant periods of time, you can catch up with the rest of the network. But the way that pretty much every layer 2 protocol is designed requires a certain liveness to it. In fact, when we were originally trying to put the first version of the embassy together, we were trying to narrow down what the essential characteristics that were needed. And for Lightning in particular, and a lot of the layer 2s will behave this way just due to the nature of like computer science itself, is that these servers need to be addressable and they need to be alive generally as much of the time as possible. And because if they're not, you are at risk of losing funds. because your counterparties might try to cheat you, and you have to be able to remain vigilant during those times. And phones just aren't necessarily designed with the use case in mind that they're going to be on 24/7. They're designed to be portable, and that's tremendously useful for everything that we use phones for. But servers are designed to be live 100% of the time. They're designed to be addressable 100% of the time. And those are properties that you absolutely need for a lot of these layer 2s. Layer 1s, different story. But.
Awesome.
Yeah, for layer 2, phones definitely a bit of a pipe dream, or at least there need to be a lot of work done, and it need to be a very special setup.
Well, you could have like watchtowers or some.
Yeah.
Like
it would,
trust minimized third-party service or running on a VPS or something like that.
You could, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're out of time, guys. This has been great. I want to thank our fantastic panelists. I want to encourage all participants, everyone in the audience here, everyone watching at home, consider using your own node, consider running your own node. I know it sounds overwhelming, but it's really not that overwhelming. Get your feet wet. It's relatively cheap to do. At the end of the day, you're essentially taking a computer and plugging in an Ethernet and a power cord. So thank you, guys. Thank you, and take care. For the keynote.
Makes it easier in a way. You can't see anyone. You don't know what they think.
Oh, our mics are on. I guess we're going. What is up, freaks?
What is up, Miami?
Yeah. I want to start because I'm a proud co-host. Let's give it up for Matt Odell for organizing this room here.
Thank you, brother. Truly special.
Yeah, incredible job, dude.
This is the largest in-person rabbit hole recap we've ever done.
Yeah. Congrats,
By
you're all
far.
part of history. Somebody note the block, and we'll write that down somewhere. We're joined by Craig Raw and Wiz. Steve Barber's supposed to be up here, but he's not here, so if he wanders in, send him to get a mic. But this is RHR. We have 40 minutes. When we do these live shows, we usually do a different format where we have a few topics that we want to talk about. Matt and I haven't even talked about topics, and then we'll open it up to Q&A.
Wait, raise your hand if you have no idea what Rabbit Hole Recap is. Awesome. Oh.
Welcome.
Okay, so Rabbit Hole Recap is our weekly news show, Bitcoin news show. We've been doing it for over 3 years now.
4 years, September, I believe.
Yeah. So if you like Bitcoin, you should check that out. If you like this, go check it out, maybe consider it. But yeah, as Marty said, we're just kind of we're gonna shoot the shit, and then we're gonna do a Q&A.
Yeah. Let's give another shout out to Wiz for doing a pirate live stream in this room today.
Yeah, thanks to Jack for retweeting my pirate live stream at the open source stage. I think it was an idea I had about 2 in the morning last night. I'm like, why is there no live stream? Let's just go to Target and Best Buy, buy a camera and plug it in and set it up. And so we did it.
Yeah, you could spin up your own ISP. I think you can figure out a live stream in 12 hours. It's very impressive.
Wiz has 2 ISPs now.
2?
Well, technically, mempool.space is its own ISP now, yeah.
Okay.
So we kind of spun that off into its own sub-ISP in a way.
Why don't we talk about that? You recently added a mining page to mempool.space.
Yeah, we went down to Nashville last week with Matt and Rod, organizing the Nashville meetup down there. And we had a really nice crowd, about, 100 people, maybe more?
Yeah, there was a tornado warning.
We didn't...
So 100 was a good showing.
Yeah, it was pouring outside.
Yeah.
And, but it was a great show. I mean, it was just me, Rod, Matt on stage, and we were just trolling each other. We actually forgot there was like an audience there, and we was having so much fun. I don't know how many hours we were talking, but it was a great show.
But yeah, he announced so Wiz is the lead maintainer, one of the co-founders of mempool.space, and one of the co-maintainers of the open source mempool project, where you can, and he rented a TV and put it up over there with a live look at his mempool.
Yeah, we don't have a booth in the conference this year, so we just rented a TV and stuck it in the corner over there.
And we have Craig Raw here, who is the lead maintainer and the man behind Sparrow Wallet, which is one of the best desktop wallets on the market, fully open source. This is his first public appearance ever in the Bitcoin scene.
Thank you, sir.
It is an absolute fucking honor that you are up here with us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And then Craig and I were talking backstage. Are you comfortable talking about what we were discussing?
Sure, go ahead.
So there's, what is it, path descriptors and wallets and simplifying that?
Yeah, so, well, we were just having a quick chat. Currently, Bitcoin Core requires, if you want to input your output descriptor into a Bitcoin Core wallet, you got to get a receive chain output descriptor and a change chain output descriptor. They're different. Andrew Chow's actually put forward a multi-path version of that, which allows you to have one descriptor. And that's useful because if you're going to stamp it into a steel plate, for example, you've got 99% of them, the actual data is the same for the receive and the change chain. So you might as well just have one descriptor which specifies both chains. So that's a PR that's in Bitcoin Core right now. Sparrow implements it that way, and I'm kind of hoping that Sparrow leads the way on that to try and maybe get things to move in that direction, but it is as yet an unmerged PR, so hopefully it goes that way.
So what does that mean to the end user? It means easier backups, essentially?
Yeah, so I mean, if you have a multi-sig, you need to back up all of the public keys, right? You can't just have the seeds, and output descriptor is really the most standard way to do that. So, you know, just having one which is easier to put into steel plate, for example, which is I think, an important thing.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's true. Even if you have all your seed plate backups, if you don't have those public keys, I guess you couldn't recover the funds, right?
Correct. So, I mean, you know, people often think multi-sig, if I lose one of my seeds, I'm okay. But actually, you do need the
other public
keys because you need to reconstruct that script. So for that, you know, the output descriptor is kind of our standard way to do it.
Awesome.
We'll give this PR a thumbs up.
I hope so.
Let's get some review, too. What do you want to talk about? Is there you want to talk about tokens on Lightning?
Yeah. Matt was making fun of me earlier, saying I'm a attention whore.
No, I called you a cheerleader, is what I called you.
Why am I a cheerleader?
I don't know, you just made it seem extremely bullish, and I just don't.
I think it's very bullish. I think it's cool.
So
what we're talking about is
there's a lot of layer 2 ways to do tokens on top of Bitcoin, right? Like even back in the day, you had what was it called?
Omni Protocol.
Yeah, Omni Protocol. You had something party.
Counterparty.
Counterparty. There's colored Bitcoin. Then there's Liquid. Now there's Lightning. You can issue shitcoins on top of Bitcoin in lots of different ways now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can also just issue shitcoins on top of shitcoins and let that be. Like, if people want to use Tether, why does it matter if they use Tron? Like, does anyone really care? Like, at the end of the day, you're still trusting the Tether Corporation in the back end. It doesn't really matter what chain it's running on. So why do we care if it's just running on a centralized
Personally, I think it'd be
chain?
cool if it was on Bitcoin rather than a shitcoin. That's why I got excited about it. Like, you can create these tokens within a Taproot transaction and then push it up to the second layer and transact via Lightning. But you brought up something earlier when we were discussing this, when it became apparent that Matt was going to shit on me on stage.
You said we should talk about it.
I did. Does it create this weird MEV-like incentive mechanism on the Lightning Network where you have these different assets going through Lightning nodes, and does that mess with the incentives of the node topology?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really. I mean, it's just recently launched. We had the fortune of having Lalu on stage here yesterday to present on it. And it hit the dev mailing list the day before that, I believe. So it's really fresh. So I expect people will look into it. But as someone who does run a Lightning routing node, and I see that we have a lot of Lightning's great. Lightning's one of those things where I just go through 4-month cycles where I'm bullish and bearish on Lightning. But I've run a Lightning routing node the whole time, and I continue to use Lightning. But there are things that need to be refined on Lightning. It's an unfinished spec, right? And I don't know if NFTs on Lightning are the thing that I get excited about.
I think stablecoins are interesting. I'm interested in hash rate derivatives. Could they be tokenized?
That's my stablecoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of assets issued on the Liquid network too, and there's this huge divide internally within the Liquid Federation. Should Liquid become this thing that eats Ethereum and all these other shitcoin blockchains, or should Liquid be a system for cheap and fast Bitcoin payments on a layer 2 blockchain, right? Mm-hmm. And it's really interesting to see how these layer 2 networks and communities will evolve over time. I mean, I guess the rough consensus is like, why not both? But it can be a distraction and you get lots of scams. It's really got its trade-offs, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, Marty had a specific, when he was cheerleading Taro, he had a specific framing, which is that it obsoletes shitcoins. It makes every shitcoin obsolete.
Yeah.
Does it?
It could potentially. I don't know.
It could potentially.
Maybe I was.
That wouldn't have made the tweet as fire, right?
Maybe I
Oh,
was
could
antagonizing.
potentially make every shitcoin obsolete.
Well, Craig, do you have any thoughts on this, or is this like not?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I haven't really had a chance to look into it in any great detail, but obviously, one of the bounding qualities of the Lightning Network is the amount of liquidity that's locked up into it. So, if this brings additional liquidity, that is a good thing. You know, are there going to be other second-order effects? Hard to say at this point. You know, I think that we've just starting as a community to kind of look at what's being done. I think, you know, it's interesting, but it's not super interesting in the long term. We obviously have a long-term vision of a Bitcoin-only future, but it may be sort of an interesting diversion on that path.
I definitely
it may
think
help us to get there. Who knows?
It's a cool part of their vision. I will say that, as opposed to like Synonym's proposal, where Synonym's proposal essentially you have to have dedicated Lightning channels for whatever shitcoin you're transferring. So then that's a completely separate liquidity. Like it's called the Lightning Network, but it's not really interoperable with the greater Lightning Network. In this proposal, it is pretty cool that you could just be running a routing node that only sees sats and doesn't even know that any token is involved, and only the edges have to know. So essentially, like if Tether was successful on Lightning, it could create an incentive where there's way more liquidity on the Lightning Network because Tether is not on Tron or Solana or whatever bullshit. And those routing nodes in between could end up making way more in fees as a result, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely agree that is definitely a very cool aspect of it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're becoming bullish on Terra live on stage.
I mean, you're. I'm just trying to be fair. I don't think it's going to obsolete shitcoins, though.
Yeah. We were also reminiscing earlier of Bitcoin 2019 when we did the first live RHR.
On a picnic table.
On a picnic table. Matt had a fresh face. He looked about 15 years younger, wearing the same shoes. And it's just crazy to think of how
it's
big
a different pair, but it's
how big this conference has gotten over the last 3 years specifically. And obviously, due to the fact that Bitcoin's a very big theme in the world right now.
Bitcoin 2019, we were on a picnic table. There was 2,500 people at the conference, maybe even less, like 2,300 people at the conference. The main stage for that event was probably around this size, maybe a little bit bigger. Definitely the actual stage was bigger, but seat-wise was probably maybe like 60% larger than this.
Yeah, like this used to be the whole Bitcoin conference, just this room.
And then Bitcoin 2020 was canceled because it was happening in California as COVID hit. And then Bitcoin 2021, we were outside in the scorching heat.
Yeah, they put O'Leary inside.
In front of about 400 people with 13,000 people at the event. And now we're on this nice, beautiful open source stage and air conditioning with probably like 900 to 1,000 people in here.
I'll take it. And we've got a live
3 years
performer after too.
We love you, freaks.
We do love you, freaks. Yeah, it's crazy to think. I mean, you had Odell Beckham, Serena Williams, and Aaron Rodgers opening the day.
Do you know, did I tell you that CNBC reached out to do an interview with me here? And they kept asking for my PR person. I was like, I'm just a humble Bitcoiner. Like, I don't have a PR person. We like planned the whole thing out, and they thought they were booking Odell Beckham Jr. Secondary Odell in Bitcoin. It's amazing how quick that happens.
That's incredible.
Let's fucking go.
So with all this attention coming to Bitcoin, obviously this conference, 25,000 people here, I'd like to hear your thoughts, Wiz and Craig, like at the protocol level and the network level in terms of decentralization, usability. What do you guys think the state of Bitcoin is as a network right now?
State of Bitcoin?
Big question.
That's a good question, huh? I don't know. I mean, the community is very strong, but there's also like this mix. It's like a Venn diagram or something where you've got the Bitcoin, the hardcore Bitcoiners, which are probably in this room, and then you've got the crypto people, and then you've got just the total shitcoin scams, right? And it's like obviously those circles are not the same size, right? As you just described by the size of comparing the different size of the stages or whatever. And even around this conference, there's like satellite conference, like Shitcoin or something.
I think Solana's doing something here.
Yeah, it's just, the community is evolving, I guess. It's very mainstream. But the real Bitcoin community, the core, hardcore Bitcoin, they're all here, like in this room, I feel, right? I mean,
Yeah, I have to agree with Wiz. I wander around and I feel that the Bitcoin conference is here in this hall. It's kind of not really happening out there. I mean, that's not maybe fair because I haven't spent that much time out there, and I'm sure there are interesting talks. But certainly what we've had here, thanks to Matt, has been some really great talks.
It was definitely not just me. There was a massive team that helped me. Couldn't have done it without them. I mean, I behoove all of you an hour after this, I think it's 4 p.m. to go to the main stage because Mahler's has got a fucking insane announcement. So,
Matt hasn't even told me yet, so it must be pretty big.
Lip sealed.
Yeah. I just came back. The mining stage. Steve Barber, Whit from Compass, Bob, and a gentleman Ryan, I believe, from Titan with AJ had like a further decentralizing mining talk.
The mining stage is awesome, right? I mean, I've been stuck here, and I love it. But I've looked all over that agenda. The agenda for the mining stage for today and tomorrow. I mean, like historically, like industry day is always very suit heavy, you know. And this year was the exception because we did highly technical open source conversations here. So that was the rarity in terms of how they set up this conference usually. But the GA days on the mining stage are pretty awesome. What was your how many talks did you watch? What was your favorite?
I must admit this is my second talk, so the last one I saw was my favorite. But I think it's an important discussion, like decentralizing mining. Obviously, in the mining industry, it's always top of mind. You're seeing this massive migration of hash rate to the US and even more specifically to Texas, a lot of massive on-grid operations that are just inherently centralized. You have people building 500 megawatt facilities that are very out in the open. And I think what Steve is doing with Upstream and the black box to get more individuals mining, and his framing with the black box is it may not be as profitable, but people really want it because they want privacy. There's this push for privacy downstream in the energy sector from individual Bitcoin miners. Upstream
100%.
Gets much more efficient, obviously, because they're closer to the lowest cost power, but downstream is being hardened because people want KYC-free Bitcoin. I think that's a really cool move.
That's an interesting comparison between like the mining stage and the open source stage. Open source can just be like a few shadowy supercoders, you know, hacking away on GitHub. You have no idea what their real name is, but to do mining, especially these days, it's extremely capital intensive, and you know, you need to wear a suit to raise that kind of capital, right?
I don't wear suits.
Well, no. So I guess both me and Marty are going to be on the mining stage tomorrow separately.
Are you gonna wear a suit?
And so Marty's talk is titled "Is ESG an attack on Bitcoin?" Now, obviously, Marty doesn't think ESG is an attack on Bitcoin. So it should be a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, I won't. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
And I'm doing a KYC-free home mining with Econo Alchemist and Diverter. So there's a lot of good conversations this year that I'm excited about. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's so much content that you have to watch them after the fact.
Yeah.
So you like catch them all.
Yeah, I did catch a clip of Dave Portnoy talking shit on me. So that was fun.
But Portnoy, he was talking shit about you?
Yeah. Funny though, I actually texted him after, trying to convince him to get Barstool's podcast on Podcasting 2.0.
I mean, that seems obvious.
Yeah, I think that would be massive, not only for Podcasting 2.0, but like having somebody like Barstool.
What did Portnoy say about you?
Was
he on
He said I
stage?
was shady when I worked at Barstool.
While he was on?
I was sneaking into the studios late at night.
While he was on stage. Well, the first time I recorded with Marty was in Barstool's merch closet with T-shirts all around us.
Yeah, we literally.
And a bottle of McClelland.
The first, what was that? That was like episode 29 of the interview series.
Yeah, Marty was like, "Oh, come over to the Barstool studio. Like, this is where I record." I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be the most baller podcast studio ever." I'm just like sitting in a fucking glass box with fucking T-shirts all around me.
Hey, humble beginnings, man.
I had a lot of T-shirts.
Yeah.
So we have, we'll keep 15
21 minutes. That's
we'll
a sign
keep
there.
15 minutes for Q&A. What is...
I got something. If you can't think of anything, you look like you're digging for something in there.
Well, that's what I was looking at my phone earlier. Like, is there anything interesting? But if you have something...
Well, I wasn't able to dig too far into it, but Blockstream and Breeze announced.
Oh, that's cool. The Greenlight integration?
Yeah. What you seem to know more about it than I do. What's going on?
So I was talking to Roy about it. Roy's here from Breeze. He's absolutely awesome. So first of all, it's like it's just an announcement of their plans to do it. But right now with Breeze, you essentially are running a Lightning node on your phone, directly on your phone. And if anyone's used Breeze for podcasting 2.0, like your phone gets really hot because it's legitimately running a Lightning node on your phone. And it also means that all of their different apps within Breeze, whether that's the actual wallet or whether that's podcasting or whether that's their point of sale, and he wants to add video streaming and he wants to add all these different things, they all need to be in the same app because they need a Lightning node. Now, Greenlight is cool because it's an on-demand cloud node that Blockstream, it's a service that Blockstream runs. And it's trust minimized because the actual keys are on your phone. They're not on the server. Now, there's obviously some trust still in Blockstream. Obviously, the main one is that they actually are up, but also they provide a watchtower service for you because when your node's offline, someone can try and broadcast a bad state and steal your Lightning funds, right? So there's a little bit of trust in Blockstream, but if they're not like your channel partner, they shouldn't be able to take your funds. And all these Lightning wallets on your phone, they're not trustless. There's always, first of all, it's very hard for anything to be trustless, but they're all like trust minimized, taking different trade-off balances. Like even with Breeze, your phone goes offline, your main channel's open with Breeze, they're the only liquidity provider, there's some trust there in Breeze. Now in this setup, it's really interesting because you have the keys on your phone, Greenlight is the node, and then he can have all these different Breeze apps that can all connect back to that node and separate them out. So you don't have one big bloated app that does all the things.
Yeah, it's modular.
Yeah, and I guess like this is the first major partner with Greenlight that I know of.
That's pretty cool.
And it also means more C Lightning usage, core Lightning usage. Do you want to talk about that? Did we talk about that last week?
We did talk about it last week.
We thought it was an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, I mean.
We had Christian Decker up here, and he kept calling it C Lightning by accident.
We talked about it last week.
Yeah, we did. We already talked about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the room here. The Lightning Flame Wars are interesting. The implementation wars. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, the Greenlight logo is yellow. What's up with that? That just irks me so hard.
That's confusing,
right?
Yeah. Well, I guess everyone's scared of making a green bee because of Bcash. There's one right behind your head over there.
That's a square. That's a square. So it's like a little bit different, yeah.
100%. Yeah, I think Bcash is. Who was here when Bcash happened? When the fork happened?
It's a good amount.
Yeah. See, for a lot of people, Bcash just does not even exist.
Good. There's no reason to.
So you think they should call it Yellow Light? Or should they change the color of the logo?
I'm not the marketing person. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I was actually reminiscing with Harry Sudduck about that too. Like when we first met in 2017, like all the topic was about the fork wars, and it's crazy again to think how far we've come from that.
It was an important part of Bitcoin history, though, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like Mt. Gox going bankrupt or the block size wars, whatever you want to call it. It proved that Bitcoin is resilient, and it just got stronger afterwards. So,
and it sort of needed to happen at some point, right, to prove that Bitcoin could overcome that.
That's true.
attack.
Yeah, like even 5-6 years ago, it wasn't, maybe this is something we take for granted now. Now we kind of accept that Bitcoin works extremely reliably. But back then it was much more maybe experimental, or we didn't have as much confidence maybe. It was more of something to play around with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've got billionaires just going all in.
Yeah, and then you have other billionaires who want to change the code.
Hashtag change the code.
They're going to change the code. Anybody can change the code. Just getting people to run it that's going to be hard.
Well, Greenpeace can go fuck themselves. They love it.
Real Bitcoiners in here.
What else do you want to talk about?
Well,
Who else
actually,
should go fuck themselves?
I lost a thought that just came back to me, piggybacking on this. Fork wars were over how to scale Bitcoin, particularly at the block size level. Bcash went into arbitrarily just double the block size, and other people thought SegWit would be a more advantageous way to increase the block weight and make it some more transactions. There he is.
I was told to wander up here.
Okay.
Do you have a handheld?
Sorry, I'm dressed like Fiat today. So.
Steve,
Do you have a handheld mic?
Steve, go get a mic.
Stick your head in
Behind
there and
it.
ask them for a handout. Tell them you're
The Bens are here, and
We're not.
but
The Bens are here.
that's I got in a bit of a discussion this week
We're
about
under attack.
is there Bens.
Look at that.
Bens always. Oh no!
I can't see anything.
They brought a gaggle. There's a gaggle of Bens. Get out of here. Get out of here.
There we go.
Steve, don't bring that sign up here.
No? my little boy is 6 months. His name is Ben.
Okay, fair enough.
I stand with Ben's, baby.
Did you get mobbed after your mining panel? That's what I assumed.
I did, yeah. A lot of noobs came up to me, so I'd explain Bitcoin from scratch. So,
What are your thoughts of this event? How's it going for you?
I think it's been great. I came in a bit late, but a few NFT shills came up to me, but they're nice people.
Marty loves NFTs though, and he just wants them on Lightning.
I have no opinion on them. Like I'm sort of like neutral, but mining is good. Like this year is it's nice to see like excitement around mining. So I think the conference guys have done an amazing job with that. So I love them what I'm seeing out there in the booth section.
Do you want to tell the freaks about our special offer?
Yeah, I'm shilling our black boxes. If you guys haven't seen them, they're mining out in the conference with a couple S9s. So yeah.
You want to tell them what a black box is?
Yeah, black box. It converts your KYC Bitcoin to non-KYC Bitcoin in the comfort of your home. It turns you into your own personal non-KYC exchange. It burns your fiat and makes beautiful Bitcoins. So every single one of you should get one. Although I know it's expensive, so I put out the plan on how to build your own. So you can just take a single sheet of plywood, cut it in the sections that I drew up, and build one and run an S9 off 120 volt in your garage or wherever, and you'll get the sound kill. You'll get all the you get to be on the black market like a true Bitcoiner. So go do that. That's why it's called the black box.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, and there is a promo. If you go to our web store and type in "freaks" as a coupon code, you get a further discount off bundles. So it's a little bit extra off. It's a promo on right now. So
Freaks. Steve was in Texas last week. Big recruiting trip. When are you moving?
it was a bit of a exploratory trip. Yeah, there's a lot of action in Texas. I'm stuck up in Canada. I don't know how I got here. I guess it's a different story. But Canada is not great for business right now. So we were checking out Texas for the oil and gas Bitcoin mining stuff.
What about Nashville?
I want to go to Nashville. I met Peter McCormack last night, and he invited me there. So I might go in August. And actually, I heard Nashville's rocking. You guys do a good job at your meetups.
Yeah, they're awesome.
And Thomas Serio, one of my favorite guys in Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Marty's
Tom's
a good boy.
fucking awesome.
He's from he lives in Tennessee now, and from what I see, it's just a glorious place.
Yeah, it is a glorious place.
Well, lots of people are moving there, right? I mean, you got already like the Bitcoin magazine office is headquartered there. And not to dox anybody else who's living there, but a lot of cool Bitcoiners apparently are moving there.
Yeah, but all the cooler Bitcoiners are in Austin, so. I'm kidding.
People think this conference is bad. Wait for your WEF conference that's coming to town.
Is that
WEF plus CoinDesk consensus?
Yeah, talk about being tone deaf.
WEF and CoinDesk?
Yeah, World Economic Forum. Have you heard of them?
Who is Klaus?
Nobody knows.
He's a shady character.
Is he the emperor, or is he the Sith, or is he the
I think he's a
apprentice?
puppet.
Like, we don't
There's
know.
somebody behind him.
That's the only question.
We don't have to get into that, though. We've got 10 minutes and 30 seconds left. We usually open it up to Q&A at the end here. There's a lot of people. If any of you guys have any questions, do we have any mics to hand out, or are we just standing up and screaming, Matt?
No wonder the Bens are here.
I don't have them on.
Why don't you just read the shout out you put in there?
Yeah, Ben did. Actually, I had to reach out to two freaks and tell they DM me after. We usually don't do the shout outs at the live show. It's not enough time. Underestimated announcement this week. What is the most underestimated announcement? It hasn't been made yet.
Are you announcing the announcement now?
Matt just did. What is the most underrated announcement? I don't know.
Maulers.
Matt's hinting here.
Did you guys talk about the Cash App? I thought that was pretty cool. A lot of easier onboarding, easier user experience. Seemed like some good stuff.
And lightning deposits, right?
Yeah, the dual, make it easier to pay.
I mean, we've been talking about this a lot, but I actually had a conversation with Danny, who's working on the Cash App wallet, and it's really cool just how much they've simplified the UX of pointing your camera at a QR code. Doesn't know if it's a fiat QR code, an on-chain, or a lightning code, and it just works. It picks up whatever it is and sends what it needs to. Let's give a shout out to Cash App for really pushing the UX barriers around Bitcoin usage.
Yeah, I mean, Miles was great up there. He fucking killed it.
Yeah.
With absolute legend.
Disclaimer, they used to be a sponsor.
They're a sponsor of the stage.
And the stage, yeah. Underestimate, yeah. I mean, I was maybe.
Aaron Rodgers said Stack Sats.
That's boss. How does that make you feel?
It's 2 years since Stack Sats first came out. Now it's just whatever. It's just everyone Stack Stats.
We're going to move to bits, though, dude.
We're moving, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Shitcoins are obsolete and we're moving to bits.
I was expecting another nation state to announce here, so maybe not an underestimate.
Well, Samson had like an overestimated announcement. What was it? I mean, it was just, it's like an island, like a little island off of Honduras.
Prospera.
Right, Prospera.
Yeah.
But like everyone thought that was going to be a whole country.
I think we need more whole countries. I think El Salvador's out on a proverbial island.
We're used to whole countries now, you know?
It starts with islands, man. It starts with islands. Grows from there.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, I would love for like the US or Canada to just come out and be like, we're not going to do anything. Run free with Bitcoin. Use it as you please. Which is, who was I talking about this with? Mark Moss. I was talking about it with Mark Moss yesterday. Like, that's the way it should be. Like, we shouldn't have to wait for permission from the government to use Bitcoin the way we want to. Like, it's the way America, the ideals it was founded on. I think we should just be able to do it freely.
It doesn't strike me as organic to expect countries to, like states, like governments, to adopt it. It doesn't seem like
the incentives
right
and game
approach.
theory is not exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want whole nation states adopting. You just want their citizens to feel comfortable adopting it and use it as they want to.
Especially if they have a money printing machine.
I guess it was kind of a no-brainer for El Salvador, though, right? Because they were using the U.S. dollar.
They didn't even have their own currency.
Yeah, and the Federal Reserve is just printing out that trillions of dollars of money, and they're getting inflated and no benefits at all. So it's like a very easy decision for them, right? But most other countries that are printing their own currency, it's against their interest to
It's like
adopt Bitcoin.
slaughtering their own golden goose in a way.
Right. So I guess for El Salvador, they already, that their golden goose already got slaughtered internally before that. So it was a lot easier for them.
You have any thoughts on this, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think they're certainly early for their time. I don't think we expect any other countries to announce, certainly in the next few days. And there are a lot of downsides when a country does this, right? There's a lot of custodial wallets. There's a lot of, kind of implementation issues of trying to build this in on a wider societal level. So as you were saying, Marty, it's almost better in a way that we have this kind of organic growth where it takes time, yes, but by the time that a government eventually says, we're going to use this thing, well, a lot of people are already using it, but using it in the right way, or at least able to tell their friends and family, this is how you should do it. Don't just use the government's wallet, but, use your own wallet. And I think that's, so that's going to happen anyway. So I'm not too fussed at the rate of country adoption because, as you say, I think it's happening anyway.
Yeah.
Raise your hands if you've been to the Bitcoin Bazaar in the conference. Okay. Raise your hand if you spent Bitcoin in the Miami area. That's pretty awesome. Like, I love that we have both the circular economy here. I love that we have everywhere around this conference you can pay with Lightning. And a bunch of different companies and groups of people have been onboarding businesses in the surrounding area. I mean, we were at a bar last night that was onboarded that accepted Bitcoin.
Dude, it was crazy. My flight from Austin yesterday, I came in, and there was a few of the Unchained guys on the flight as well, and Tyler, who created the intro to our podcast, was going to a hotel right down the street. So we hopped in an Uber, we shared an Uber, and then somebody was coming to the conference, was like, are you guys going to South Beach? This is probably not what you should do if you're a Bitcoiner. He was like, can I hop in the Uber with you? We're like, yeah, hop in. And we split the, he was like, I'll pay you over Strike. I was like, yeah, here's a Lightning invoice. And he paid me in the Uber. It's like as soon as I landed, I ran into a Bitcoiner, was willing to pay me in sats to split an Uber. It was pretty cool.
I have the opposite strategy. When the Uber driver asks me if I'm into Bitcoin, I'm like, what's that? Bytecoin?
That's what you shill him a shitcoin just for good OPSEC purposes.
I don't own any Bitcoin.
Tron is the future, and he just doesn't do anything to you.
Yeah, it's really cool to see proliferate. Shout out to Ibex and Oshi who've been going.
Michael from Oshi just fucking never stops.
Yeah.
He never stops. Ibex has onboarded 40 merchants. I mean, Ibex and Oshi also work together. So it's very complementary. I mean, one of the most bullish fundamentals of this year, period, is I really feel like there's starting to be real momentum on a proper Bitcoin circular economy. And I'm being cautious about it because there were false starts in the past.
I mean, it was the big meme in 2013, 2014.
Hey, what about BitPay adding Lightning? Do we care?
No, too late. Nicholas and the BTC Pay server team obsoleted them, so it's funny.
Do you have to do KYC before you send them Lightning stuff?
Is it like a threshold? I've never spent to a BitPay merchant.
Well, they don't even give you a QR code, do they? They make you, they don't give you a Bitcoin address to pay. Do they give you a Lightning invoice?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, who cares?
Is anybody using BitPay?
I think a lot of people are, right?
Use BTC Pay server.
Raise your hand if you use BitPay at your business.
Zero hands. Somebody's pointing at somebody over there.
It's like a pretty.
Don't be scared.
Shame.
It's kind of a mean. It's kind of a mean question. Raise your hand if you spent at a BitPay merchant in the last year.
It's a few hands.
Did they just give you an invoice?
BIP90?
Got it. So he's saying it depends on the merchant. Some just give you a Bitcoin address.
Yeah.
Well,
Still catching up.
But there's other merchants that just use BTC Pay server, to book your flights or hotel. There's so many places you can go now.
100%. So guys, we have 2 minutes left. I think we should probably end it with final thoughts. But before you all jump out of your seats and stuff, we have a ride or die freak here who's going to perform for us, Captain Youth, in 2 minutes after we do our final thoughts. So I'm very excited about that and looking forward to that. So Craig, you want to start with final thoughts?
Sure. So, great to be here, and I just really am inspired by the number of people that I've met and the feedback that I've got. It's great to see in person the kind of passion that people have. I'm living in one corner of a continent in the world where Bitcoin is not a general topic, let's say. And coming out here, you can really experience the kind of passion and enthusiasm that people have in the space, and that gives me energy to do what I do. So yeah, it's been great to be here so far.
Thanks, Craig. Wiz, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's been Miami's been great so far. We started off with the beefsteak, and that was amazing.
Beefsteak's always special.
Who went to the beefsteak? Yeah.
Marty, why isn't your hand up?
That's the best. That's the
I had
best
a very
event.
pregnant wife. And I tweeted, I had beefsteak FOMO.
Poor FOMO, yeah. Well, you were missed. Everyone that was asking me about you, I had to answer that question like 100 times.
Thank you for missing me, freaks. Yeah.
But yeah, the beefsteak was awesome, and this open source stage was awesome. Like every talk is this is the signal, right? These are the people that I want to listen to and hang out with. I don't know what's going on in the other rooms. I haven't been paying attention, but
yeah. Steve.
Well, I'm happy to be up here. I listen to you guys. I do a lot of driving in Canada, from Calgary to Lloyd to oil wells, whatnot. I listen to you guys all the time, so appreciate having me up here. Me and Marty were shooting guns on a Texas ranch the other day. It was epic.
Thank you.
Steve.
Illegal guns that we wouldn't build, not U.S. illegal, but Canadian illegal. So it was a special experience.
Steve had a cathartic experience on the gun range on Sunday. I've got a picture of him. He's got the biggest shit-eating grin on his face.
FN Scar, man. Oh, my God. There's a Guns and Bitcoin conference coming up. I don't know. You guys going to that? Guns and Bitcoin?
Yeah, I might want to.
Yeah, I'm speaking at that in a few days.
Oh, awesome.
It's down here in Miami, right?
I mean, they're great dudes over there.
Yeah.
Do you have any fun? Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's it for me.
Why don't you go first with the final thought? And what are you holding?
I wasn't going to do final thoughts, but we've been working with the Bitcoin company, and we've turned that honey badger, or they've turned that honey badger that we used to have on our T-shirts before Marty nuked the store because he was scared we were going to be ledger hacked. And the proceeds are going to OpenSats, them and us. It's a three-way split.
Yeah, shout out to my...
So it's pretty dope. This is the first time I've ever seen it in person.
Shout out to my roommate, Braden, out of college, who made that design.
And shout out to Max, who made this 3D print. It came out great, dude. I know you just walked up on stage and I had a hot mic, but it came out fantastic. Final thoughts?
We're going to win.
We're going to win. Let's fucking go. Thank you, freaks. Here comes Captain Youth.